they're bad people. I certainly didn't. And so we do these things that there's a cognitive distortion, right? That your actions don't correspond to your vision of yourself. And so you come up with these, or that's cognitive dissonance, and you come up with these cognitive distortions to justify in your own mind what you did. And one of my main ones was children as sexual beings, which is a classic sex offender distortion, where I thought that, and the definition of it is that children are sexual beings. They want to be engaged in sex. They know what they're doing, and that they want to engage in sex with me, basically. And this girl paid a lot of attention to me. She, really liked me. She did, and I perceived her as acting in ways that were flirtatious. And then when she dared, the way that started, she initially dared my daughter to get naked. And then I dared her to get naked. And then she dared me to get naked. And so to me, that meant that, well, she's consenting to this behavior, so it's okay. And what I realized is that children are not capable of consenting to that because they don't understand what sexual behavior entails. That's in a nutshell. Again, this is a 2-year program of very intensive classes. We went through victim empathy, how this impacts the victim.
So tell me a little bit about that.
Just,
any comments you have about victim impact or victim empathy?
yeah, I didn't, I was being selfish. I didn't stop to think about what this was going to do to my daughter, whom it hurt very much. My daughter and I were very close, and she looked up to me, and I know this was devastating for her to be betrayed like this. Her friend also looked up to me, and I imagine she feels betrayed. I don't know. I haven't spoken to her. I can't say what she thinks, but I would imagine that she does. I have no doubt that her parents are extremely upset that I abused their daughter. They had entrusted me with her when she came to spend time with us and spend the night at our house and things like that. So, we talk about the ripple effect of how this affects, the victims and their families and the community. And it even, it affected my friends. I've got a friend who has stuck by me since I've been in prison, and it's caused her a lot of trouble. And I just wasn't thinking those things when I did that. And I was 35 when I did it, and I had a lot of issues, and I'm 60 now, and I've had a lot of time to think about it. And I've been through this program, which is extremely intensive and drills down on these issues very, very intensely.
And I would note, sir, that the sex offender treatment program did submit, you submitted a release of that information, and I did receive that report and read it. So just so you know, that is part of the file. And I do appreciate you talking.
Can I ask you, did you also read my plan for living?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're fine. And I do appreciate you talking about some of these things, as I realize I'm asking difficult questions. Sir, I would note that based on your offenses, if you're paroled, which I'm a hearing officer, I make recommendations, the board decides. But I think two things are extremely likely. I think you'll have are called sex offender A conditions, which means no contact with children, and you'll have a no contact with victims condition. Would you abide by those conditions?
Absolutely. Yeah, I have no interest in being around kids. I have really used my prison time very, very productively. I've made an enormous amount of progress in who I am. I like who I am now much, much better. I have a whole vision for myself getting out and leading a healthy, productive life. And does not involve ever doing anything like this again. I don't ever want to come back to prison. Like I said, I'm 60 years old. I feel good about where I am personally, and I want to have the rest of my life to live the way I want. I don't want to come back to prison.
Sir, have you done any other?
I
Oh, sorry. Have you done any
Sorry, go
other
ahead.
programming besides the sex offender treatment program? Is there any other programming that you've done that you would like to highlight while in federal custody?
I did some classes at Petersburg before I came here that were leading up to sex offender treatment. I did criminal thinking class, basic cognitive skills. I've also been very active in music program in federal prison, and I have taught a lot of classes. I'm teaching classes right now in music theory. I've taught many music theory classes, as well as guitar and bass classes. I was a professional writer before I got arrested, and I have helped people with their writing, aspiring writers in prison. I use my writing ability. I helped, there was an inmate at Petersburg who had a bachelor's degree already, and I helped him to draft an admission essay that got him admitted to law school at Georgetown. I've spent the entire prison time associating with people who are trying to use our time positively to improve ourselves. I've studied finance, I've studied health and nutrition. The shock of this just caused me to just want to change and turn my life around. And I realized, how bad I'd screwed up, not just my crimes, but also just not appreciating my life and my potential, and not recognizing and taking advantage of opportunities that I had. And how I'd wasted so much of my time and my potential, and have completely turned myself around in prison.
Do you have any
progress?
Oh, so do you have any disciplinary
Sorry,
Do you have any disciplinary incidents while in prison?
Not a single one.
Okay. All right, sir. You noted it a little bit, already. I did receive, like you said, your outline of your plan moving forward. But regarding release plans, if you are released, obviously, from Utah custody and federal custody, paint me a picture a little bit. This is being live streamed. You don't have to give me an address, but like what city you plan on living in? What do you plan on doing for treatment moving forward? It sounds like initially probably a halfway house with federally. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then where's that located?
That's going to be in Jackson, Tennessee.
And then where would you go from there?
I would stay there. I've got a very good friend who lives there, who is a very well-established professional person. And she and I have been friends for 43 years. And she is the one I told you about who has stood by me. She knows what I did, and she forgives me, and she has stood by me in prison. I contact her. I'm in contact with her multiple times a week. And she has my stuff, my belongings, and so that's a source of support there. And I will just go and find a job immediately, find a place to live, and just start rebuilding my life.
Sir, I'm not going to name this individual, but in that report that I received from the sex offender treatment memo, and it might have been a typo, but I did want clarification. It names this individual as your support. Like I said, I'm not going to name her name, but says knows why I'm in prison, but does not know all the details of my case, and has not agreed to turn me into police if necessary. Obviously, that's concerning. Are you saying this person will not turn you into prison if you commit another offense?
No, I'm saying that I have not asked her to do that. I have not brought up the issue with her.
I guess you got to clarify that one a little bit for me. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, she's not saying she wouldn't. I didn't ask her to do it, and she said no, I wouldn't do that. I didn't bring it up with her. I didn't ask her to do it.
Okay.
But I can tell I'm never going to do anything like this again. There's no way. And you know, the thing is that I've had two contact offenses in my life, one in 1993 and one in 2001. And in both of those cases, I knew the girl very well for an extended period of time, had a lot of contact with her. It's not something that I was actively seeking out. I'm not saying that to try and minimize or justify what I did, but again, I'm 60 years old now, and I think that, and I have no interest in even being around kids anymore. And you know, I think even the odds of me even being in that situation are extremely low. And if I did, that's another thing we learned in the program is interventions. And my interventions, if by some odd chance I found myself in that situation, there are all kinds of interventions I can use. First of all, just knowing the consequences, having been through this, I don't have that delusional thinking that I did at the time that this is okay and she's into it and I'm not going to get caught and nothing bad is going to happen. I know better. And I know that if I did that again, I would go to prison for the rest of my life. And I hate prison. And I want my life. I have big plans for my life. And
Okay.
even, you know, I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
That's okay. Finish your thought. I do have, yeah, I just want to make
Okay.
sure we're on limited time.
Yeah. And so it just, and then they talk about stacking interventions. And so there's that. There's victim empathy, knowing that I hurt people that I cared about. And that was one of my other distortions, was this sentimentality that, oh, she's having a good time, she likes it. And I know that's not the case. And the effects on, you know, all the people, the extended effects, the ripple effect of other people who got involved. And then there are interventions of my support network. And you asked about treatment, and I will be on federal probation. I've got 10 years on federal probation, and I will have a probation officer, and I will be required to continue to attend sex offender treatment while on federal probation.
Okay.
And then other interventions are escape. If I find myself in that, first is avoidance, just not being around kids at all. I wouldn't, if I met someone I was interested in dating and she had a daughter or a granddaughter that age, that would be a deal breaker. I'd say I'm not going to be around anyone that age. If I found myself in some situation, I would escape. I would just leave. In worst case scenario, I would call the 311 crisis hotline and tell them, look, I'm a registered sex offender. I am in proximity to an underage girl. Will you please send someone to come pick her up? I mean, we have been through this in treatment in excruciating detail.
Okay. All right, sir.
Not going to reoffend.
Okay. Sir, I have a victim representative that is appearing
okay.
via online. So I'm going to take her testimony. Okay. I'm going to take your response. Like I said, afterwards, please make sure you address your response towards me, the hearing officer, not towards her. Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Christy Armbruster.
Ma'am, I appreciate you attending this hearing and making any statement that you would like to make today. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, ma'am. Please make any statement you would like to make today.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I appreciate that. My maiden name was Christy Pignataro. I was Mr. Dempsey's stepdaughter and his first victim. So when he talked about what occurred in 1993, that was me. Couple things to start off with. I do not love that he barely mentioned my sister's name when she's the one that put him there. He didn't take responsibility for anything he did to her. Don't love that. The other thing I'd like to say right off the bat is I don't understand how he does not understand that children are not sexual beings after he went through what he did when he did what he did to me. So just a thought. I'm speaking on behalf of not only Annalise Dempsey, his daughter, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and I'm speaking on behalf of all of my siblings. I'd like to offer you information and demonstrate a pattern of behavior, because I feel like having all this information is important when making a decision like this. So to go to through some history, he started dating my mom when I was about 5 or 6. I had a younger brother, a brother who is a year younger than me. And we were super excited to just have a dad. Our dad was not really present, and we were really thrilled to have somebody step up and be there for us. And that's how it panned out. So I was 9 years old when he molested me in our home. There was years of grooming and manipulation that happened prior to that, which I did not even fully comprehend until I was much older. He worked really hard to become my friend. He wanted me to see him as a peer. He told me he loved me, but not like a father loves a daughter, but like a man loves a woman. He told me it was normal to change for ballet in the front seat of the car, presumably so he could watch. He told me that it was fine that he walked around the house naked. Americans were just uptight. It's really hard to explain and get across the depth of manipulation that happened prior to the event. And honestly, that is what is deeply betraying. So when this happened to me, my sister was about 2. Okay, his daughter. So he had 2 children with my mom. He had Annalise Dempsey, who was 2 at the time, and he had Jason Dempsey, who was not even 1 year old. I reported him and what had happened, not because I knew it was wrong, but also in order to protect my family, specifically my sister. He served like 6 to 9 months for what he did. And when he was released, my understanding is that he received extremely intensive counseling and rehabilitation therapy, like extreme. And I think that was for a year. I have a hard time recalling that. He was in contact with my mom, telling her that he wanted to be a family again. And she believed him. I was brought to family counseling sessions where I received a lot of pressure to give the go-ahead for them to get married, being told that he was cured and everything was fine. At that time, my brother, John, was 10, and he was the only one in that room that was not okay with it and was not going to go along. I folded, and that's a deep regret that I have. He was the only one, that 10-year-old little boy, showed more integrity in that room than any adult in there. So we let him back into our lives. He would cry in the sessions. He would apologize over and over and over again. So I caved. I said, okay, you guys can get married. It was only like 1 to 2 years later that he began abusing Annalise. He did not learn a thing. All he learned was how to be more careful, more manipulative, and how to make sure that he got away with it. And for years, he tormented my sister. He took pictures of her, which he failed to mention. He would have her look at those pictures and talk about how artistic they were. The things that he did to her are unforgivable. So he has never taken full responsibility for what he did to me, my sister, and my siblings, ever. He always talks about himself and about how he is affected, not about the weight that we carry and will carry forever. He's demonstrated a pattern of behavior. He has done this before. He will do it again. He's an opportunistic predator, and he has no remorse. He has remorse for being caught. That's it. It's my belief that he continues to be a high danger to the public and that he should not be released. A recommendation has nothing to do with anger or revenge, even though I am angry. It has everything to do with my desire to step up and keep other people safe when I couldn't keep my own family safe. He will never have the privilege to know my stepbrother. He will never have the privilege to know his own kids. And that is something that I hope haunts him, because they are beautiful, brilliant, amazing people. And that is punishment enough. He never gets to meet them. He never gets to interact with them. What I'm asking is that you make a decision to protect others. You understand the pattern of behavior. This will happen again. I am confident. He is opportunistic. He still doesn't understand. After 2 times of this, that children are not sexual beings. If for some reason he is offered parole, and he is able to come back to Utah, I would request that he have a GPS tracking system so that we can monitor his location, because I'd like him to stay away from me and my family. I really appreciate your time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. It feels really good to be able to say these things after over a decade. So yeah, I just hope that it gives some insight, some information. And
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you attending this hearing and making all of your comments. I've made notes of them, okay?
Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to go ahead and ask you for your response. Like I said, please direct that towards me.
Okay. Let's see where to begin. As the first thing she mentioned was not understanding that children aren't sexual beings, and I didn't at the time. That's true, and I do now. The treatment I had after I molested Mrs. Armbruster when she was my stepdaughter was not very intensive, as she said. It was several months of a group therapy session. We didn't go into anywhere near the depth that I've gone into in my treatment here. And I have thorough understanding of that, of my distortions. I really do. She says that this is a pattern of behavior. There were two instances. Again, the last one was 23 years ago. It was 12 years before I was arrested after that. And I've changed. And she says that I will do it again if I get out. I won't do it again. I'm just not the same person. I understand what I did. I understand that it was wrong. I understand so many things that I didn't understand then. I'm sorry that I hurt her. I'm sorry that I hurt my daughter. I'm sorry that I hurt my daughter's friend. I have, I'm sorry for Mrs. Armbruster continuing to carry this pain. I really am. I'm sorry I caused that, but she doesn't know what I'm thinking. She can't say that I don't have remorse, because I do. And there's no way I'm ever going to do anything like that again. I have learned so much since then. I've come so far. And if I've done 12 years in prison already, and I've had a lot of time to think about it. I've done 2 years in this very intensive program where we unpack our offense conduct in excruciating detail. And I understand. I've worked closely with very professional, dedicated clinicians. And I've done a tremendous amount of work here, and I understand what I did wrong and how my thinking was wrong. And if I get parole and leave here this year at 60 years old, I'm going to go out and start a new life. And I anticipate being successful and healthy. And I'm sorry for what I did in the past, but I can't change it. All I can do is create a new future for myself. I have no desire ever to go back to Utah. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not sure what else.
Okay, sir.
You know,
Okay,
and
sir.
if I have to go to Utah State Prison for 4 years, that's just gonna delay me going out and reestablishing myself. But I'm never gonna do this again. There's no way.
All right, sir. I've made notes of all of your comments, all of the victim
Okay.
comments. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're
Right.
made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision, majority vote. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing in about 2 to 4 weeks. And since you're in federal custody, actually might
Okay.
take a little bit longer, just so you know. Anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's on immediate, but it's quicker on the website than the
Okay.
mail, just so you know. I show the expiration of your sentence in regards to your Utah case is September 30th, 2029, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I don't think so. I think I've said everything I wanted to say.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all the testimony today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
Okay. Goodbye.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rescission original hearing for Mr. Leslie Miller, offender number 199023. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin?
The only one I can think of was a misconception on AP&P's part about education. They brought up something about, like I have a high school diploma, I have some college level education, and AP&P kind of didn't acknowledge that.
Okay. And I'll make note of that, sir. And throughout the hearing, I'll be making notes, just so you know I am listening, okay, with
Okay.
what we're talking about. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. We'll go over your most recent offenses. We'll go over institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So it looks like a special attention happened in December of 2021 after a parole violation original hearing. The board continued the rescission original hearing to now. They noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to work towards general population housing, complete residential substance use treatment, and remain case action plan compliant. They returned case 2116-00252 to the trial court for restitution, determination, and return to the Office of State Debt Collection. In a special attention of July of 2023, it was noted that you were involved in an incident related to a weapon and that criminal charges were being screened. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In regards to your newest offenses, I show first case 2119-04507. I show on January 9, 2021, an officer observed Mr. Miller sharpening what appeared to be a homemade weapon. It was a sharpened metal nail. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
A big mistake.
Okay. Why were you making the weapon?
I felt like I needed to protect myself in prison.
All right, and next case, sir, 2116-00252. I show on May 25th, 2021, an officer observed Mr. Miller along with other individuals kicking and punching the victim who was on the ground and on an upper tier. The officer instructed them to stop assaulting the victim, at which time they did. They refused to return to their assigned cells. The victim received multiple lacerations consistent to an edged weapon, which required multiple stitches and bandages. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
Another big mistake.
Okay, so can you elaborate a little bit on that? What was going on during this time?
So at the time, I was involved in the gang SAC, and you get kind of forced in these situations you don't want to be involved in. So it took me a long time. Since then, I've modified and moved on. But
And I think we received a modified letter,
Yes.
right? So are you no longer gang affiliated?
I am no longer gang affiliated. Happy to say so.
So what changed?
So when I came to prison, it was at a time when I was vulnerable, no family, you lose everything, and you're in an environment, an uncomfortable environment, and the gang approaches you and kind of lures you in, like with a promise of family, belonging, protection. And they made me feel like I even had something to offer them, and I bought into it for a lot of years, and as things came to fruition and I really seen what it was really about, like it was all based on lies. So now I'm a big advocate for the opposite. I'm even part of the JJYS in Solid. So I talk to youth in Decker and Slate Canyon, Mill Creek. And that's my biggest thing is I speak on the misconceptions about what gang life really is or isn't.
And I would note the institutional progress report mentioned that, which sounds like a really good program, and I commend you on explaining that to the youth,
Yeah.
other individuals about what can happen, right? So, how long have you been doing that program?
So it's been a pilot, but like we've had 2 actual meetings with the youth. So and got to speak with kids in multiple facilities. So I believe 6 different facilities. They also have me speak to all the representatives that come in to try and gather up more facilities and more opportunities to speak to more youth.
So is this something that, obviously I understand this is something in prison, but is it something you want to keep doing?
Yeah, no, so even when because I've lived a troubled life. I've been in and out of the system there. And I knew it when I was a teenager myself that maybe this is something I'd want to do one day. It was just at that, I was never fully ready because I hadn't put the life down yet. I hadn't fully committed to being sober and being on the right path.
So it sounds like, and I would note your other offenses, some of them deal with drugs, right?
Right.
So what's your current attitude towards drugs? Because you just mentioned
Yeah.
being sober.
So I've been sober for quite a while now, and I'm a big advocate for it in the prison. And it was a difficult path, especially in prison. But like finally, I just got sick of it. I think I was sitting in UN1, and you're solitary. You're forced to take a long, hard look at yourself, and that's when I was like, I really need to turn my life around. I can't do this anymore. That's when I came to the conclusion that the gang life was a lie too, that none of these guys were my family. None of them really cared about me.
So when did you officially leave your gang?
So September 2nd. is when I
2024?
2020, yeah, 2024. That's when I signed the modification papers.
Oh, I guess when did you, well, so you started the program, what, 6 months before that, right? Isn't that right, or no?
So I've been in solid for like 4 months now.
But when
September.
did you start the modified program?
So I don't think you officially start it till you sign the paperwork. So, so I decided to go about it by, like, I didn't run from the gang. I told the gang. I mean, I faced the brothers with my decision, let them know that that's what I was doing, because like, I didn't want to have to hide from it, and I wanted them to be aware of it, and I felt like I owed them that. Like, and it was like, well, if you guys want to stab me because I refuse to stab any more of you, then so be it.
So is it a safety concern?
No. So my out process is complete with the gang and as far as on paper.
Okay, sir. Do you think you need substance use treatment?
So I think recovery is going to be like a lifelong process for me. So, and the only way that I'm going to maintain mine is to continually be living it. So especially like right now, what I'm doing with the youth, I want to continue that. This is like, I want to work with either youth in custody or people in transition out of the prison, somehow staying active in my recovery, busy with what I'm doing now. So like, I really do like to tell my story and see how that impacts other people. So yes, my plan is to go to Odyssey from here.
And I believe we received a letter of acceptance from them as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I already put all that in place. They have a great program. So I want to do their entire program. In order to work for them, you have to go through both their residential and their outpatient. And then they help pay for your schooling. They put you on staff. They put you on payroll. So that's the pursuit I want to go.
You mentioned schooling. Is there something in particular you would like to do?
So I even started it already in the prison, but it was pre-COVID, but it was psychology. I want to do psychology and social work.
All right. And I would note you completed MRT.
Yes.
What do you think of that program?
To be honest, ma'am, I a little outdated.
And I appreciate your insight.
Yes.
What do you think's outdated about it? I'm curious.
Well, I read the copyright, and it's like almost as old as me, and I'm 40. So, and I just felt like recovery, especially, needs to stay up to date with the times and what people are going through. So, like, whereas that's such an older program, like, and then especially in prison, it's kind of forced upon people, and I really feel like no one's going to make the commitment to change until they come to them terms themselves. So. I mean, I joined it with an open mind. I wanted to do it, but like as far as the material, it's kind of bland. My favorite's Captain of Your Story. Like I love what we're doing there.
Yeah, that's a program you're currently in, right?
Yes.
And why do you like that program?
Really, it's about soul searching. It's optional. It's about vision. It puts a whole new spin on goal setting. You know what I mean? And then goals were something I just kind of drifted through life aimlessly. I didn't really ever have plans or goals. So like,
Sounds like that's a change.
yes, it's a change. Yeah.
And then now you have goals?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like schooling,
Yes, school.
working. It sounds like you have specific ones about working with youth, programming. It sounds like you have definitely put plans in place. So that's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. And I would note you have multiple disciplinaries, but they stopped in April of 2023.
Yes.
And you've kind of, I feel like, outlined to me, because one of my questions was why? Why did it stop? But it sounds like you've identified some of those. Anything else in particular you would like to say why they stopped?
So like I said, I think for me, the reality really set in when I was in UN1. I was in solitary confinement. I got to take a long, hard look at who I was, who I wanted to be. I wasn't happy with where I was at, obviously. But also then the commitment to change took place there. So like, I knew then I wanted to get out of the gang, but that's not an easy process. And then I'll be honest, that's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And then to face the brothers with the decision to transition out, it took a lot. It was very difficult. It was hard. I was in fear for my safety, but I had to commit to doing it. Like, you know what I mean? I had to do it the right way in my eyes. Just for one, so really I wanted to trailblaze and show others that there is a safe way out. Like, and if these guys that profess to be your family really have any kind of love for you, then they should let you go.
It sounds like you have completely left your gang. Do you anticipate that being an issue if you're paroled?
No, yeah, no, it's no, yeah. I completely left. It's not.
So do you see that as an issue at all on parole?
Yeah, like
Meaning do you see gang activity wanting to go back to that?
No. That's not going to be part of my life at all. I thought for a second you were wondering if it was like about safety or whatever, but so the reality of the safety of it is like I face the brothers with the decision, but they're so wishy-washy because it's even the head top figures that I've discussed with, and they're happy for me going down this route. Like they say that, but then they jump me afterwards. You know what I mean? So it's like, and then the ones that are fine with it, I mean, that's their individual decision. So there may or may not be some that aren't fine with it. But I mean, I would face that just as I have everyone else. It's like, how can you be mad at me for wanting to do better?
Yeah. All right, sir. And I've received letters of support. I want you to know I reviewed all those letters and they're part of the file and the board will have access to them. Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. Should get that in writing within about 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. I want you to know it's not immediate, so it'll take some time, but someone can look that decision up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I know your guideline, sir, is 55 months or April 9th, 2025. Best way to think of that is a suggestion. The CCJJ, they issue them. They're based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, but the board gets to decide, right? They can go below that, above that, same date. And the expiration of your sentence, being the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is August 23rd, 2036. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I guess one thing I'd like to know is if parole is granted, like Odyssey House is something I would definitely prefer over the halfway house or whatever, just because I'm trying to separate myself from all of this entirely, and Odyssey House or any kind of therapeutic based model program is somewhere where like people have the option to be there. And I want to be around like-minded people, not still stuck around, some of these negative influences.
Okay. I made notes of all of your comments today, sir. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. You have a good day.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. Danny ULIBARRI, offender number 58753. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons at Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to ask you for any comments about your offenses, specifically your most recent one. I'm not going to go over the pre-sentence investigation like last hearing, but I'm going to ask you for any comments. We will have victim testimony today. I'll be taking victim testimony and then I'll have you give any response. Please direct that towards me and not towards the victim, okay?
Okay.
We'll go over the contract psychological evaluation, institutional behavior and programming, if you are released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay.
But also note you have support here. I'll state that for the record. I'll also be making notes the whole time I'm listening to what you're saying. I want you to know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a parole violation original hearing in July of 2023 after a regular parole violation hearing. The board accepted your admissions to allegations 4 through 10, dismissed allegations 1 through 3, took judicial notice of case number 2119-10981, and a rehearing was ordered for now with the contract psychological evaluation. The board noted that they expected you to complete residential substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate. The board noted the court ordered restitution for case number 2119-10981 and referred the debt to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that all sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
All right. Tell me any comments you have about obviously that most recent offense and your offenses in general.
The only thing I could speak on that is that I did have a possession of a firearm in my possession, and that's what I had at that time. And
Why did you have the firearm?
For protection, because I was in, like, before I just, had a lot of enemies being with the gang and not being no longer with the gang activity. That was the only, pretty much my reason having a firearm at that time.
So just make sure I'm understanding. You're saying you were part of the gang, you had left the gang, and then you got the weapon because you were afraid of the gang. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
So is that an ongoing issue?
I've pretty much resoluted all my issues with the gang activity stuff. I've modified, I graduated my modification, which takes up to 2-3 years or whatever. I've
think we
graduated that, and everything else with my, with my modification status. And so I completed that here, and so I have no issues with any of that anymore. I'm pretty much just focused on my family and just everything else and just, staying out of here.
Okay. So how long were you in the gang for?
Since about like 85.
Okay. And so when did you leave it?
I left it probably like probably about almost 7-10 years ago.
So, sir, obviously, if you're paroled, I'm a hearing officer, I make recommendations, the board decides. But I cannot imagine you having any other condition besides no weapons, including firearms. Do you see that as an issue moving forward?
No.
Okay, and why not?
I've just, like I said, I've pretty much focused all my time right now on my family, and I've never had so much family support like I have now. And I've gotten contacted now with my kids that are older. They're way older now. We've gotten contact with each other. I just want to stay focused with my family and my kids and just pretty much just continue to just live out the rest of my life out there with my family.
Okay. So it sounds like you're talking about some things that have changed, right? It sounds like you have family support. The gang thing sounds like it's been a while, but things have kind of changed in that regard. Why do you think things have changed? And are there any other changes you want to highlight?
I've just made the decisions to I'm never coming back. I'm not coming back to here ever again. And I've never said that before, that I've always said that I'll try to not come back or whatever, or make these, the changes to try to not come back to prison, but I'm not never coming back here again. I think my whole thing is just focusing on my family and just continue to just work with my APMP agent. I've already seen him, Satina. I talked to him when he was here working some overtime, and me and him talked. I've made arrangements with my girlfriend to make sure that if there's any type of relapse or any type of things going back with anything that looks out of place, for her to get in contact with him to just, so that we can, stop anything before it gets too further involved, or if I'm having any issues or whatever, that we can resolve it some type of way. So, I mean, I'm just working and focusing on that mostly.
Okay. So it sounds like actually the victim will not be testifying. So, but I would note that if you are paroled, that once again, I think it's very likely that you'll have a no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything you would like to say about victim empathy or victim impact?
I just, like my attorney just said, just leave that alone. She pretty much just said to leave that alone during my plea deal and stuff and everything else that was transpired within my, what I pled guilty to.
Okay. But like I said, the victim condition of no contact, that's very likely, just so you know. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
All right, so I want to make sure I get to the contract psychological evaluation. That's obviously a big part of this hearing. Do you remember meeting with Dr. Mom?
Yeah.
And what did you think of her evaluation?
I really thought it was on point. I was open and honest with her to a lot of stuff, and I explained to her, like, a lot of things that's happened through my life, and I was never really open and honest before, and I felt like I was, I came pretty much out with everything with talking to her. So, I mean, what she stated was pretty accurate.
Okay.
And I feel like I said, I do feel that, getting some therapy out there would, benefit me a lot too also.
What kind of therapy?
Just what she requested, some more like education, some more stuff, just to kind of keep going forward, just whatever it takes to just stay out. I'm just, like I said, I'm never coming back here.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to ask you some specifics about it. I'm not doing it to be rude, but obviously all I have is a report, so I want to hear what you have to say, right? It noted that, quote, he has a hard time with people yelling at him and he struggles in crowds and gets really anxious. Do you think that's accurate?
Yeah, that's due to like with my PTSD and stuff like that I have.
Okay. And obviously I don't want to be dismissive of that, but I can imagine being on parole that there, obviously lots of crowds, wherever you go, how do you plan on dealing with those issues moving forward?
Like I said, I got my support system that I can call and talk to or whatever and work through. And I feel like if I could set up just a better support system with that and just talk and just work that situation out.
So when you have it, when you have these issues with getting anxious, do you think you act out in anger?
No, I just pretty much, it's just like a lot of like just fear. I get tense and just fear, because of the situations that I've seen in here and I've been around in here and a lot of things that's taken place in here, like assaults, stabbings and stuff like that. It just kind of flashes back, to them environment, to them times that happen.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not saying, but do you think you need anger management is kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I could do some anger management.
Do you think I understand you can do it. That's good. Do you think you need it?
To be honest with you, not really. I don't.
All right. It also noted that you were on medications, but it seemed like those were all for physical health issues. Is that
Yeah.
right? Okay. Tell me about and Dr. Mom did note some physical health issues. Are you having ongoing issues in that regard?
Yeah, just like I said, I've had a plate in my face that was in my face that like pretty much like cracked everything. I had 6 fractures in my face when I was assaulted while I was in here. And so I've just got a lot of like plates and stuff in my face that causes a lot of issue, numbness, you know what I'm saying? And just like nerve damage that I got in my face area.
Do you think that it inhibits your ability to work or to do treatment?
I'm going to still work. I'm going to take what necessary jobs that I can, but I'm still filing for my Social Security and my disability and everything while I'm out.
Okay.
I still will work during that time period of what I can do.
All right, so I noted some diagnoses. First of all, do you remember the diagnoses?
Not really. I can't.
I'm just going over them since you said you don't remember them. It said that you have other specified trauma, ADHD, attention deficit disorder, hyperactive deficit disorder, I should say, learning disability, neurodevelopmental disorder, opioid use, amphetamine use, and antisocial personality disorder. What do you think of those diagnoses?
Yeah, them are pretty accurate.
Okay. And I believe in your board packet, you wrote that you were using during this most recent offense. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think when you use that you become violent?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do.
So what's your current attitude towards substances?
Just not use, period. I'm not trying to have any issue, anything to do with that. I know where methamphetamines has taken me and I've known what it's done. It's ruined a lot of relationships for me. I mean, with my family stuff, but now that I've got them back, I'm not trying to lose it, you know, and I know that that was one of my biggest issues when I was on methamphetamines was I just pushed a lot of people away. I was really, I don't know, I guess you could say psychotic with it, you know, just acting out and everything else when I was on meth.
Do you think you need treatment?
Yeah, I do need substance abuse treatment. I will take that, you know what I mean, and continue to do that. I
Do
mean,
you-
I'm doing AA. I graduated the AA through here, which was, I know it was through the religious service, but I still continue to practice my AA and I continue to stay on my sobriety.
So what kind of treatment do you want in the community? Inpatient, outpatient,
I prefer outpatient
and why?
just because I feel that I can benefit my family more by being out, you know, and working with my family and stuff and working with my addiction at the same time.
All right, sir. And then in regards to the recommendations, it said that you would benefit from mental health treatment, which you kind of already talked about, looking into that. And then that you would benefit from aftercare for substance use issues, which you just addressed. And that you may want to explore more extensive evaluation of learning issues and concerns, and including from your ADHD and apparent learning disabilities. What do you think of those recommendations?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah.
Okay.
Get some type of education.
Okay. All right, sir. And I do show a certificate for addiction recovery. Is that?
Yeah.
How was that class?
That was really well. I still talk to the chaplain Hill. I still work with him and still talk to him all the time on my tablet. You know, and if I have issues, I just text him or email him on the tablet or whatever.
But you have not done substance use treatment, right? Like in green or?
No, they wouldn't allow me in there. That still was on a waiting list. When I came out of Antelope, I was in Antelope for a long time. And then I came out of here. They said they didn't want me over there at this moment or whatever, for whatever reason. I don't know what it was.
And I believe it's because they recommended outpatient.
Yeah.
If I remember what the institutional progress report said, I think that's what they were recommended. So, so I don't think I have to tell you, but you have a lot of disciplinaries, including one from this year for September for assault. So what's going on there?
I had an issue that I take responsibility. I shouldn't have engaged. I know I talked to the staff that was on the unit and they knew that the individual was making verbal threats and I know that I should have just walked away, but it escalated into a pissing match, you know what I mean? And we both kind of got into a struggle, into just like, you know, a wrestling match, and that was pretty much the end of it.
Was anybody hospitalized?
No, I was hospitalized or nothing like that.
Do you know if any criminal charges will result?
No criminal charges were resolved. It was just an in-house issue and it was just done. We were both separated and that was it.
Okay. I mean, obviously that's another assault, right? So that's concerning. How do you think you would deal with things now moving forward?
Now I'm just like more focused on just walking away and just continuing, just not engaging in any kind of physical activity with anybody, you know, and whatever they choose to do, that's on them. I'm not going to engage anymore. I've pretty much continued to do that. I'm in a housing unit right now where it's just nothing but gang members all in my unit. And I've had no issues with them or all whatsoever. I'm not involved in any of that. I don't get involved in any of the piss match, what they got going on, the fights that they do. I've pretty much stayed away from everything.
All right, sir. And in regards to release, I showed that you'd like to live with your girlfriend in West Jordan and work in construction. Is that still the plan, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Any particular treatment that you've looked into the community? You mentioned some treatment. Have you looked into
I
anything?
haven't really looked into any of the treatments right now because like I said, I haven't had a chance to look at anything right now or
Okay.
whatever that's out there. I know that I talked to my APMP agent and he said that there was a lot of classes that were available to me through APMP that I could do. And he said, man, once I get out, he could set me up with CBT or whatever the CBI or whatever the classes are that are out of there.
And I would note the board received letters of support. I reviewed them. They're part of the file and the board will have access to them. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate, just so you know, it still takes some time, but it's faster on the website than the mail. Someone can look that up for you.
Okay.
I would note your guideline has passed. The CCJJ issues them. They're based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, and they calculated it. They come to a date. I show your guideline was 26 months or December 15th, 2023. That's passed, obviously, and the board ultimately decides, okay? I show you the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offense is October 15th, 2036. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I hope you are well.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place for set for an original hearing for Mr. Albert Knowlden. Am I saying that?
Yeah.
Knowlden? Okay. Vendor number 235696. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
I received it back in November,
Okay.
close to the beginning of November, or the end of November. So,
Okay.
yes,
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I do have the blue disclosure packet. I did not bring today.
Oh, you don't have to. That's it. Did you have a chance to review it though?
Yes, there were some minor inconsistencies, but those can be dealt with at a future point in time, as I'm fairly certain I'm going to be given continuation on this, or whatever it is called.
Well, why don't you tell me what, those errors are?
at one point it says that I do not have a high school diploma, and then is followed up after that with that I have a high school diploma on the same page.
So do you have a high school diploma?
I do. I'm actually currently working
you-
on my
you-
associate's degree with SLIC.
I believe you actually received your high school diploma while incarcerated.
While incarcerated,
Yeah.
yes.
And that was part of the special attention I noticed from July, where 2018, I should say, where you completed your high school diploma.
Was unaware of this, but
Okay.
yes, that's
Um,
cool.
any other errors? Sure, sir.
None right off the top of my head,
A
but
lot of the stuff that
like-
was in your blue disclosure packet, we're gonna be going over today. So if obviously you think of anything, you're welcome to know.
okay, well, then as we proceed, I can actually voice those then and there.
Okay. So, so what's gonna happen today is I'm gonna go over your offense. I'm gonna go over the psychosexual evaluation. I'm gonna go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Yes.
I'll also be making notes the whole time. I'm making notes of what we're talking about. I want you to know I am listening, okay? So I show case 171903010. I'm going to do over a brief description. The longer one was in the pre-sentence investigation. I show on March 16, 2017, the victim reported her uncle, Albert, sexually assaulted her. He told her not to tell anybody, and it was their secret. He later admitted to sexually assaulting her. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
I've spent a lot of time working on myself, trying to get to the point where I can actively admit that I did it and find guilt in it. And
What do
work,
you mean and find guilt in it?
I'm not sure. I was more trying to say find trying to figure out how to get beyond it, how to get past it, trying to learn how to fix the problems that may or may not, may have contributed to it.
What insight have you gained as to why this occurred?
I am fairly certain that the majority of the problems is my impulse control. From the fact that I was in thinking for a change and psychology of the brain, I realized that I do have an impulse control issue. And I have to work on that, as well as trying to fix what else is wrong with me with the other mental health issues that I have.
And I will get to the mental health issues. I don't want to be dismissive of that, but I just want to ask a little bit more about the offense. So do you have any current contact with the victim?
No,
When's the last time you saw the victim?
not since the night I was incarcerated.
I'm a hearing officer, sir. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. But I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Yes. I would gladly abide by that.
Okay. Any reason why you added gladly? I guess
I do not wish to further victimize anybody.
and that's why I'm asking follow-up, just so I don't misinterpret, right, anything that you're saying.
That's
Um,
just fine. I understand.
So is there anything that you would like to say about victim impact or victim empathy? This is being live streamed. I don't know if the victim is listening or watching this video, but if the victim was.
I don't think that anything I have to say actually can do the justice that, people would want. All I can do is keep working on me, and try to prevent any possible reoccurrence of any kind in the future. The possibility that people are listening is the only reason I would say I'm sorry, and that I hope that they are doing well.
And I realize I'm asking difficult questions, sir, so I appreciate your insight, okay?
The difficult questions have to be asked, ma'am.
All right, sir, I want to make sure I get to the psychosexual evaluation. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
I do not.
And I'll be honest, I think I got it just yesterday or the day before. It's kind of late. So you have two options. If you do not remember receiving, it's obviously a pretty important document. We can stop the hearing right now and have it moved to a different date. It'll be a couple weeks out. I don't know the exact date, but I'll have it, try to rush it as fast as possible.
I'm
Or we,
Willing to proceed without it.
okay, so do you waive your right to having received it?
Is it something that I would have received already?
So you're entitled to it, right? You're entitled to these documents to see before the hearing. Obviously, like you said, you haven't received it. So if you want to waive your right to receiving it, then we can go forward with today's hearing.
Is it something I would have received with my blue packet?
Usually, yeah, but because it wasn't completed till just 2 days ago, they didn't do it. They didn't complete it till 2 days ago. I showed the evaluation was completed on December 10th.
Was it the evaluation that was completed with Ethan?
I don't remember the name. It gave you a risk level. It gave some recommendations.
Let us proceed.
Okay, so do you waive your right to having received it? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it gave you a risk level. It says to you as average risk. It indicated that there was a moderate concern related to cognitive distortions, including minimization of the offense on the victim. It recommended that you manifest symptoms of decompensation while in treatment, which impact group dynamics or individual learning. Mental health consult would be indicated to possibly implement an intervention for stabilization purposes. It noted that you should, it recommended, I should say, that you complete preparing for a change, which lasts 26 weeks, and then you complete the core program, which is about 12 months. What do you think of all of that, sir?
If there is any minimization, it is because I'm doing what I can to keep myself from hurting myself, if that makes any sense. Like I'm aware that I have done it and I am aware that these things occurred, but I am making the attempt to better myself, and by beating myself up about it, it's not going to do anybody any good. If that makes any sense.
I think I understand what you're saying, sir. What do you think of having to do this expanded treatment program?
Gladly.
I'm sorry.
Gladly.
So you will do the SOTP program?
Yes.
You know, it did note some mental health concerns, and you voiced some concern about mental health. Can you kind of elaborate on that for me?
Since I've been in here, I've been diagnosed as both bipolar and depressive. And I'm not sure how those two go together, but they have suggested that these have affected how I act. And it would also explain why I attempt to minimize it, because I'm actively shielding myself from further harm.
Okay.
And once again, the whole not wanting to victimize anybody again kind of works to that dynamic.
Okay. Are you currently seeing anybody in mental health therapy?
Every so often I see them, but it's a little more difficult in here than it's a little more difficult.
I understand.
They have a lot of people to work with, and I'm only one person in a population of upwards of 2,000 or so.
Right. Are you receiving medication?
Yes.
What medication are you taking?
I am taking oxycarbamazepine, which is a mood stabilizer.
What do you
And
think of it?
It kind of helps me when I'm having negative feelings as well as high feelings, the mania.
Okay.
It balances me out.
That's good. So do you want to continue it?
Yes.
So the way you're describing this, maybe I'm misunderstanding. It sounds like this might be a new diagnosis for you. Is that right? Or
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
so had you ever received mental health treatment or therapy or diagnoses prior to being incarcerated?
When I was younger, I had been diagnosed as ADD, and I'm currently trying to get paperwork on that because it will, it's something that would help me with the school.
So you
Because
want to,
I'm currently enrolled in SLIC.
oh, that's good. What are you taking?
I'm going for an Associates of Science.
Any long-term goals about what you would like to do?
I would like to, if they open the bachelor program while I'm still here, I would like to go for the bachelor.
And then any particular place you want to work?
I do not have any set goals for that.
But it sounds like you're pursuing,
I'm
your degree, which
attempting
is good.
to pursue higher education as well as programming because of the fact that I know that it will help me in the future and prevent me from being more of a burden on society than I already currently am.
All right, sir. I do show some disciplinary incidents. I would note none since January, so that's almost a year, which is really good. But I show like a weapon and last year. Can you tell me about what was going on then and why things are different now?
Once before I mentioned the impulse control issues, and there has been times when it has been foisted upon me to do this or else, and rather than getting into some kind of physical altercation with another individual where I may have had problems, I went with that.
You went
And
with what?
went with doing the thing that would get me wrote up, the weapon thing where I was holding that. After having that, and then they moved me to another section where I wasn't having the issue anymore, but I kind of forgot that I had it. Honestly, I probably should have thought about it, but it was. I
So
was
you
moved out.
forgot you had the weapon, is that what you're saying?
It wasn't actually a weapon. It was the brace that was inside of a carpal tunnel hand brace. And then a broken squeegee.
So why do you think things have changed?
To be frank, tired of being a shithead. Sorry about my language.
It's fine, sir.
It's just easier to say it flat out like that. I've done too much to be belittled by the action of a negative, of another negative action. I, like you said, have had several incidents. If you notice, and previously in there was another gap of a year where I didn't get in trouble, and occasionally, yeah, I slip up. I mean, I'm just as human as anybody else, but I'm going to do what I can to be a better man.
All right, sir. And you left your release section blank in the board packet. If you were released, what are your plans?
My plans are to get out, find a decent apartment, find a decent job, and to do everything I can to complete parole and to stay out of problems and trouble as much as possible.
Sounds like maybe you would need initially like a halfway house, then it sounds like.
That would be the case.
Yeah.
I would assume that I would need stabilization anyhow.
Okay.
Because I have been down for 9 years at this point.
And I would note, sir, obviously, they recommended treatment, sex offender treatment. You haven't done that. I'm not saying I know what the board's going to do, but
Yes.
I would note that. Okay. All right. So those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It'll take some time. It's not immediate. But they someone can tell you what that decision is by going to that website, okay? Prior to you getting the written one. I note your guidelines, sir, is 132 months or March 14th, 2028. The easiest way to think of that's a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being the offense. Any other questions or comments that you have, sir?
No.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I've made notes of what we've been talking today about. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Andre Wellington, inmate 147197. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
You're
Sir,
welcome.
did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I have.
Did you have any questions on it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, and then we'll go over your parole violations, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In case 241904455, you were convicted of a third-degree felony possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. This occurred around August 29th, 2023, where officers got information that you had been selling substances out of a motel room. They conducted basically a sting operation where they ended up making contact with you. You sold them some substances, and then they conducted a search. Police located baggies containing fentanyl, crystal meth, and cocaine on your person. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go over your parole violations so that I don't forget about those. As I go through these, some of these coincide with that court case.
Okay.
Some of those cases I am aware, or some of those charges I'm aware were dismissed as part of your plea deal. I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest for the parole violation purposes. It's not going to affect your court case, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So on allegation 1, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order or possession of a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 29th, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
On allegation 2, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense, violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 29th, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
On allegation 3, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 29th, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
And it looks like those three were for each of the different substances, the fentanyl, the crystal, and cocaine. On allegation 4, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 29th, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Go ahead and accept judicial, or go ahead and take judicial notice on that one, as that is your current committing offense in case 241904455.
Yes, ma'am.
On allegation 5, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense, violated a court order, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 29th, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
And then on allegation 6, by having failed to complete a substance abuse evaluation or by having failed to comply with all recommendations indicated in the evaluation on or about August 29th, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, or condition 1 of your Board of Pardons substance abuse condition of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
And then on allegation 7, by having failed to establish, reside at, or change without prior approval of APMP, the residence of record, on or about August 29th, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Go ahead and accept admissions to all allegations. Revoke parole for May 9th, 2023. I will note that in your court case, 3 of those charges were dismissed, and you were only found guilty of 1 of those charges regarding your court case. So tell me, you've got a history of substance use, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what happened in this situation. Had you been clean for a while, fell back into it? Kind of tell me what led up to all of this.
Well, I had been clean for a while, and I was in Papillon, the residential treatment center, and after which I got in contact with my family, and I found that my son was in a mental health ward, and that kind of led me back down that path. And I know that it was wrong, and I take full accountability. But I started drinking, and then one situation led to the other, and I fell right back in that path, down that path again. I was working and I was doing well in my program, and but when I reached out to my family in Illinois, I found out some terrible news that happened, and so that instead of me reaching out for help and asking calling my sponsor, which I should have done. I picked up the bottle and tried to, drown my problems away.
What typically causes you to relapse, sir?
Tragic news from family.
Kind of give me an example of what
Like
that
my
could-
grandfather passed away, and that really hurt me because I was really close with my grandfather, and I was raised by my grandparents. And when he passed away, and I wasn't able to go attend the funeral, that hurt a lot. Instead of me, again, I didn't reach out for help. I took it upon myself to maybe try to bury my feelings instead of asking for help. And I ended up reaching out to the bottle instead of calling someone and, hey, look, I'm going through a situation. I need help with this. Is there anything you can do? And instead, that typically pulls me away from me being sober, me being clean again.
How
So,
long were you clean prior to this happening?
so it's 5 months, and
What's been
before
your longest time clean?
12 years. And so now that came here, it really opened my eyes to like, okay, problems in life gonna occur. And so it's not one drink or one drug is gonna make worse. And I know that now I know that. And so I've been on the right path now since I've been in here. I've been working the whole time. I've had 2 negative C notes and 8 positive C notes since I've been here, and I've never had any bad rapport with any of the officers or my staff or my supervisors. And so me working, it got me back on the path of what I need to be doing is staying clean and staying positive and working a job and doing right.
What do you feel like is going to help you the most in staying clean?
Being on parole and checking in with my constant UAs, doing my UAs, and then with my family, their support, my address, which I got a good support there. So that's gonna help.
Is it there? Like, what's the relationship?
Oh, it's a family friend, and she's very she's into her faith real well. So am I. Now that I came here, so that's gonna keep me strong. I got a good family support, friends, and my church.
How long have you struggled with substances?
Well, back in Illinois, it's been, say, at least 15 years, off and on. I stay clean, and then a tragedy happens in my family. I lost my daughter in a motorcycle accident, and that tore me up. Then my grandfather passed away. When something tragic happened in my life, I tend to relapse or fall back into that pattern.
Have you tried to get into any grief counseling while you've been here?
No, I haven't.
Is that something that you've looked into before?
Yeah, I have in my programming out on the outside. I reached out to my case manager there in the program, and
Is this at Papillon?
yes,
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
no ma'am.
How's your physical health? Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
No. I will be successful on parole this time. That's like a goal of mine.
Okay.
And I made some goals, some short-term goals, like getting my driver's license and getting and keeping a job, which I'm able to do. And an apartment.
What kind of work do you typically do?
Forklift operator. I'm certified.
I remember reading that in your packet.
I was a department manager for Walmart for 12 years, so.
What have you done while you've been here that's going to help you moving forward, being successful in your sobriety?
Well, I've reached out to Rock Solid, the program there, and they're willing. I paid for a bed there to get for that program, but also have my family there. My family, they're in support of me taking me to AA and NA, doing my program from that, and working the job and staying busy, staying positive.
What's rock solid?
It's sober living residence.
Have you been able to do anything while you've been here incarcerated?
Well, like I said, I've been working the whole time. I've been working right now I've never missed a day for 15 months, the whole time I've been down there. So me working 11 and a half hour days, and right now this is 122 days straight that I've worked and never missed a day. And the whole time I've been down, I've been working and staying busy and motivated in that respect. So that's right there. I want to continue what I've learned, what I've been doing here on the outside, and also doing the AA and AA.
Okay. For you, what do you feel like has changed overall that's going to help you moving forward?
Well, I've been in my faith a lot, going to church and reading and studying the word and prayer and working, staying away from anything negative in my life, because you got that in here. So just staying optimistic about the future, planning them goals and reaching goals.
So you're planning on living with a family friend in West Valley, doing a forklift operation. Are you planning on going to back to Wasatch Distribution? Is
Yes,
that a possibility?
yes, ma'am. This is a warehouse, and I have a good rapport with Jessica. I walked away from there, but I've since then reached out to my family, and they said that they're willing to take me back, accept me back into that.
Sir, at this point, is there anything else you'd like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know?
Just I'm ready to go.
Okay. What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually it takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You currently have a guideline of 16 months, which puts you at December 29th, 2024. The reason that is so close, and we are more than likely going to be past that by the time you are paroled, whenever that may be, is because you were given 336 days for credit for time served, which goes toward that guideline. You do have an expiration date of March 13th, 2036, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me?
You said it says that prior Tuesday to 12/29, and then it said but my guideline day.
Guideline's just a guideline. The board
Okay.
can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. So they could come back and say, we'll give you contingencies, we'll give you a parole of next year in December with contingencies to complete prior to that parole. They could come back and say, we'll parole you in January. It's ultimately up to them, just
Okay.
what they decide to do, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Thank
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Lucas Burden, inmate 147229. Is that you, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, I
Did
did.
you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
I do want to acknowledge the fact that you do have some supports here. We just ask that you remain quiet during this process. They'll give you a couple minutes afterward to talk a little bit, okay? So at your prior hearing, which I did listen to, the board came back and wanted you to complete a psychological evaluation and get into residential substance abuse treatment and some cognitive behavioral therapy programming. I received a copy of the psychological evaluation that was completed on November 20th, 2024. Did you receive a copy of that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review it?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what your thoughts were on it.
Overall, it seemed like it was good.
Okay,
Wasn't nothing too surprising.
so you feel like it was pretty accurate then?
Yeah, the only thing that was like kind of inaccurate was the points that they had on there, because their choices were like very likely, likely, sometimes, and never. And so like I answered likely on a lot of them and they ended up really high. And so I don't know. It was just kind of different like that.
You mean where they have like all the numbers for the
Yeah,
testing and stuff
exactly.
like that?
Yeah, just that was kind of off.
Okay. What were your thoughts on the recommendations that were listed? Do you remember what they were for the psychological?
No, I don't remember exactly.
So
what
it says on here, ongoing substance use treatment with an emphasis in trauma issues and to be able to manage stress and loss.
Yeah.
Because that's
Okay,
from listening to your last hearing and kind of reading through all of this, seems like your biggest triggers are when you lose somebody.
yeah.
Correct? And this last time was your stepmother? Was this the same stepmother as in your original case?
Yes, yes, it was.
And then the second one, it was you would benefit from mental health therapy to address the personality disorder and difficulty in expressing emotions. You've struggled with grief and loss and need coping skills to deal with those issues rather than use drugs. Dialectical behavioral therapy would be beneficial is what they're recommending.
Okay.
Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, that's,
It also gives you some diagnostic impressions, some diagnoses. Did you read those?
yeah.
What were
they-
your thoughts on those?
They kind of changed them. It was intermittent explosive disorder, and so she kind of just went with bipolar. She thought it was bipolar, but I don't quite agree with that.
Okay.
My incidences have been very far apart, and so I recognize with other bipolar individuals that they're pretty consistent with, you know what I mean, throughout weekly or daily or whatever like that, and mine have been drastically spread out through times. And also I've never been diagnosed with bipolar, and I've been through a lot of different evaluations, testings, psychological, psychologists and stuff that I've talked to, and they've never prescribed me lithium or anything like that, or thought that was an issue.
When you typically start using, do you then stop taking your medications? Or do you stop
As-
taking your medications before and then you start using?
No, that's been a problem. And
Okay.
so, yeah, I've kind of self-medicated with something like that. And so my medication seemed to have kind of tapered off at that moment. And so, like you said, it's just the grief. Like I do need to go through grief counseling. I think that's a very good recommendation, because that's been my problem almost every time I've come back. It's been, you know, from a loss.
Tell me what your thought process is when you stop taking your medications. Like, what's your reasoning behind that?
I don't know. I really couldn't tell you, because it's through my relapse. And so
So the substances begin and
think
then
I'm
you start.
supplementing. Yeah, I'm kind of supplementing, thinking that the drugs will help more than the medication, and they don't. You know what I mean? And so that's
So it's not
that's been-
you saying you feel like you're in control of this, or you run out of medications and can't get them filled.
No, I don't
It's
think,
you began using substances and then. you
yeah,
go
I
off
don't think, I think when you start using the substances, you do lose a lot of that control. And so it has been an issue of mine. My environment, and I wrote a letter here. My environment has played such a big part in it, and I'm just consistently having drugs thrown in my face every day. And it's just, it becomes overwhelming. It really does. And so that's why I've set up now with my girlfriend. We have a place I can live that's sober. She's clean. She has a great job, stuff like that. My work, my boss taught at BYU. He's a professor there. He doesn't even take a Tylenol. Like, and so my work is really around a lot of sober people. We go work at BYU. We do stuff like that. And so I'm trying to set out what I have for the streets as much as I possibly can to succeed. And so.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned before too, that the medications they're giving you here really aren't effective as much as the ones in the community. Are you still struggling with that in here?
Yeah, I am absolutely. Yeah, I am absolutely. The only difference here is that when I did get to receive a dirty UA, and it's for Suboxone, but I am on the streets, and like I need to be more patient, get my own prescription.
Mhm.
I got to be more aware of that, and so I kept using my prescription that I am on though when I did have that dirty UA, and so I've been pretty adamant about doing that every single day. And on the streets, yeah, I do quit quite a few of those. And I've noticed that Suboxone is kind of a one prescription deal where I could just take that and not need anything else. It kind of covers a lot of the areas that I've had trouble with.
Okay.
And so,
Are you pretty consistent when you're in the community then about going to your mental health providers and stuff and keeping up on your medications for the most part?
yes, I'm pretty adamant about it. Yeah, that is correct. And the Suboxone's new. I was prescribed that before, like kind of at the same time this was all going down. And but the days and the times I was on it, it helped out tremendously.
Okay.
And so that's what I plan on. I was trying to get in the MAP program here, but Gunnison doesn't do it. And so when I came in, I was in Gunnison for a year.
Oh.
And then I came out here, and there's like a time limit thing. And so it's been real difficult. Like I said, I just need to be patient and wait till I get out to get things rolling on that.
What have you done here that's going to help you moving forward that you feel like is going to be, that's been beneficial?
I've done so in the past, like I went to my caseworker and he looked up how many classes I've done. I've done over 62 classes in here, and and it's just kind
Like
of
throughout your
throughout
entire
my entire stay. Yeah, absolutely. And so when I asked him, he's like, just do whatever classes you want. And so I did like a psychology class, and it's kind of mundane and it's repetitive. And so I was trying to get into other classes like typing classes and stuff like that. That's gonna help benefit me and give me a little bit of a up when I get out and I work. That's been a bigger priority of mine than a lot of the cognitive stuff. I haven't had too big of a problem with a lot of the cognitive stuff.
Okay.
And so I did complete the CBD course that was asked of me. The tablets have been a pain with all of us. We're having login problems. Our passwords aren't logging in. They shut them down. Right now, we don't even have our tablets. They keep on doing these audits, and so it's been real difficult. I've been trying to, I was just going to jump on there and do extra courses while I was waiting, like anger management and stuff like that. And so that's where I'm kind of at there. I write a lot, I draw a lot, I keep busy. I stay busy throughout the day quite a bit and keep myself healthy, get a good regimen with my health.
Okay. So since your last hearing, you had this October 21st, 2023 tattoo, branding, and body piercing. Tell me a little bit about that.
It was just a barrel that they found in my house. It was a tattoo barrel.
Do you give or receive tattoos?
Yeah, this has been difficult for me too in here. It's so like I do it for a living.
Okay.
And so like I kind of get in that mind frame. I've been and done blood pathogen courses. And so I kind of think like this guy goes here, you can get Hep C or something like that. I'd rather do it myself. I know I'm not supposed to do that. And so it kind of falls under that thin red line.
And then in February of this year, you had a refuse, resist, arrest, movement, do, or command. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, for an out of bounds. They just list it like it's all the same write-up. And so
What was going on?
I talked through the fire doors. They got the door section to section, and that's how a lot of us communicate. And I had quite a few instances with that.
Okay. And then you do have one pending one that I won't talk to you about just because it is pending. The possession with area with tobacco, drugs, or alcohol. Is that the dirty way you were talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, and I'm gonna go plead guilty, so just so you know, like, that's gonna be where I plead.
What do you feel like overall for you has changed that's going to help you moving forward from this experience?
This, like I said, my environment, like it's just been, even at the sober livings, it's been like you can't be somewhere with drug offenders that drugs are not gonna be around. I really don't have an issue saying no, you know what I mean, when it does come up in society, but when it's every single day, it's like I gotta take into account for all the times I do say no, hundreds of times to the 3 or 4 times I have said yes.
Okay, so you feel like an environment, like living with your girlfriend, things
Yeah,
like that, with your parole is going to be a big factor?
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like I've gotten all my drug therapy and stuff like that. I'll do I'm gonna sign up for the outpatient that they recommended. Because for my evaluation, they say residential substance abuse or the per out evaluation, and the evaluation came up as outpatient. And so, yeah, I'm gonna sign up for that as soon as possible.
The board will have conditions for substance use, mental health, things like that. Are you going to have any issues
Not
following
at
through
all.
with those?
Not at all.
And then you said from the last board hearing, you said you plan on going back to your job, working with the BYU studios, things like
Yeah.
that. So do you do the tattooing then like on the side?
Yeah, it's
Or do
kind
you
of.
do it in a studio?
It's not much of a business right now because I kind of freelance and do it for friends and family and stuff like that. And I'm
So
trying
it's
to,
something you're wanting to do?
it's more of a hobby, yeah, for right now, absolutely.
Okay,
I paint and stuff on the side. Like I did all the paintings for Building Beginnings and
okay.
pretty avid about doing that.
And it does say that you are still an active member, but I remember from your last hearing, you mentioned that it's a little more tricky in here, but when you're in the community, you kind of stay away from that whole
Yeah,
environment.
so when I was out, when I went to Building Beginnings, I had people come to Building Beginnings that, like I even wrote one of my buddies in here and was just like, get here, this place is great. And so that's what I tried to do with them. And here it's a little bit tricky. You know what I mean? You gotta kind of pick and choose your battles, jump through some of the hoops and stuff like that. And so, yeah, it's more of just like a friendship than I've ever thought about as a gang. I never grew up gang banging or nothing like that. And so it was something I fell into while I was in here and did all this time.
Did you join when you were first here, like your first commitment?
No,
or
this
when
was
did you
after
join?
the 9 years I did. This was when I came back the first
How long
time.
have you been involved in it?
Since I came back the first time, so maybe 11 years, something like that. I don't know the exact math.
Okay,
And they were, kind of the deal was that they had me logged in the computer as affiliated because I was always housed around them and stuff like that. And so they changed something to where once you were affiliated, you had to live with each other. And so that's kind of where like that turn of tide or whatever
Okay.
kind of happened.
okay. Sir, is there anything else you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
No, I think I covered a lot of stuff in this, but can we make a copy of this and I can give this to you? Is that-
Go ahead and well, just leave it there and the officers will make a copy and send it to me and then I'll get it uploaded so the board can actually review it as well. I'll review it too and make note of it in my,
Can I keep
report.
this though? Can I
yeah,
keep-
they'll give
okay.
you back the original copy. So what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, takes a majority vote for them to make that decision, and it usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you.
Okay,
You do have an 11-month guideline, which we have passed as of March of this last year. You're also well aware that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can go
Okay.
below that, on that, or past that if they want to see you complete something prior to parole.
Okay.
So they could still come back and say, no, we want you to complete residential substance abuse treatment prior to paroling. You do have a 10-year top, which puts you at November 4th, 2028. That is length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for me?
No, I don't.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Angel Duran, inmate 146586. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yep.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, looks like we're here today for an original offense. You have 2 charges that you were committed to prison on. We'll go over those in just a second. Prior to this hearing, the board ordered that you get into or complete residential substance abuse program or some substance abuse programming and CBT with an MRT minimum completion and remain CAP compliant. We have received completion of your GED high school diploma as of May 6th, 2024. We'll go over some of the programming stuff in just a few minutes. In case 2219-11421, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony violation of protective order. This occurred around November 7th, 2022, where it looks like you went to a home that you were not allowed to be at due to this protective order. You kicked in the door and entered the residence where a child observed this all happen. Is this accurate, ma'am?
Yes.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
I was in a 10-year relationship and I was trying to co-parent and was trying to do the best I can in the communication between me and my ex-partner.
wasn't so great. And so I got angry and kind of just lashed out when I could have just went a different way, not being in a toxic relationship and just do the right thing.
Okay. Case 221911198, you were convicted of another third-degree felony violation of a protective order. In this case, you returned to the residence on November 8th and attempted to take the child. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I had set up appointments for her, dental appointments, and to see the pediatric, and she wasn't trying to agree with me or co-parent with me at that time. So yes, it is.
What were the parameters of the protective order? Were you allowed to be doing this stuff through communication, or were you supposed to have no communication whatsoever?
Yes, well, we were communicating. I had been with her for 10 years.
But that's not my question,
Okay.
right? I'm asking specifically for the protective order purposes. Were you supposed to be communicating with her at all?
So in my knowledge, the protective order was closed and shut in Salt Lake, but I guess there was one already still open in West Valley. So that's why I had got charged with it.
And so on this, in both of these, it states that on August 31st, 2022, you were present in court when the pretrial protective order was issued in Third District Court in both of the cases.
That's when I had pleaded guilty to my charges.
No, that's when the protective order was issued. And so this is a violation of those protective
Okay,
orders.
yes.
So basically, it's stating you were aware of the protective orders because you were in court when they were issued.
Yes, I take
makes sense.
responsibility for that. Yes.
Have you had contact with this individual since?
No.
Tell me, whose child does the child belong to?
She had her.
Okay. Were you guys married?
No, we weren't.
So are you listed on the, like, as a parent on the certificate of it somehow?
So at first, when she had the baby, because I was there the whole time through the pregnancy and everything, and we established us being co-parent and being with each other and raising the baby together. And at the time, she had me sign the birth certificate at the hospital, but then I had found out like maybe 6 months to a year or so that I wasn't on the birth certificate and the sperm donor was. So
Okay.
I was having a really hard time with that.
So technically then, legally, there's no claim to the child on your side.
Yeah, we was trying to go to court and have me adopt her and everything and do the right things and go through all the procedures to do that, but
Okay.
things happen different.
Okay. Ma'am, if there's any restitution owing in this case, are you willing to pay it?
Yes, more than willing to.
I don't see anything submitted from this victim in this case. What would you say to them regarding all of this stuff if they were here or listening?
That I apologize for the mistakes I made and us not communicating and co-parent with each other. And I'm sorry for disrespecting her family's house and the neighbors around in the community.
Okay.
And that I'm sorry for putting her through so much. And most of all, our baby girl. Because I know how it is not to have a mother or a father to grow up with. So I wanted to be there as much as I can. I didn't want her to have abandonment issues. And she's like all that I know, all she knows. So it was difficult and it was a toxic relationship. And I just felt like I was doing the right thing, walking away and trying to co-parent with her, but she wasn't having it. So that's my fault.
I have you listed as an Ogden Tresse. Is that accurate?
I'm actually trying to get modified because I'm not active no more. I had grew up and grew out of it. I had my own kids. I moved away from Ogden changed my whole life for the better.
How long have you been out of it?
I would have to say I had my daughter when I was like 19.
Okay.
So
So since then,
yes.
where are your kids?
My daughter is in Riverdale and my son is in Layton or Clifffield, and the other one's in Magna.
Are they with family members?
Yes,
Okay.
they're with family members. And that's why I wanted to bring up too is my kids' father got shot and killed in 2018. And I'm growing a strong bond with my kids and I talk to them. They really need me right now. And I wanted to go to Orange Tree so I can get stabilization so we can get a place together.
Right.
And that me not being there has been really hard for them.
Tell me a little bit about your substance use history.
I like to smoke marijuana because it helps with my mental health. I've
Is
always
that medical or is it just something you do?
So I was in the process of getting my medical marijuana card and I ended up getting in trouble. So
Okay, so is that something you're still planning on looking into?
yes,
Any other substances?
no,
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, ma'am?
I have PTSD, and like schizo or bipolar because I have,
Bipolar,
mood
like is
swings.
schizoaffective?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'd say bipolar. Because they're two different things, right?
Have you been officially diagnosed with these?
Yeah, I went to Valley Mental Health and I was doing classes and taking my meds and
Okay.
and
Are you on meds now?
yes,
Do you feel like they help?
yes.
Okay.
They stable me and level me out.
Are you pretty good about staying on your meds when you're in the community as well?
Yes, that's one thing that I had fell off and quit doing, and I think that's what made me lash out. And my actions, I can't sit there and like try to make excuses for them, but it's something that I really need to stay being on and continue being on them.
Okay. Do you feel like physically, is there anything that would prevent you from being able to complete parole, physical health wise?
No.
Okay.
So is dyslexic like a
That's like a learning, more like a learning disability. But it clearly plays into a factor, especially if you have a hard time reading because of it and things like that. Sometimes programming can become difficult, so they'll oftentimes have you either work with some type of an aid or something like that.
yeah, that's why they not let me finish Elevate and they gave me no offender fault. Because they said my COSTA test was low, my scores are for reading. And I just felt like they kind of failed me and didn't even give me a chance or not even help me. So
I can see that.
it was really discouraging when they did that.
I can see that. Oftentimes, I think they usually have some type of an aid that helps. So I read that in that information and it was kind of interesting to read myself. So what have you done while you've been here that's going to help you moving forward, ma'am?
I pursued my education. I graduated high school. I was capped for it, but I did victim impact to find out and figure out like why the things I do and the people that I've hurt and my victims. And I did steps to help me too.
Okay.
And I did anger management, my own recognizant, because I know I need help and that's something I want to be successful. I want to succeed in, being a good mother to my kids and being in society too.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to live this life no more. I know there's so much outside these walls and I just want a better life for my kids and just break the cycle, break the chains for the next generation.
How old are your kids?
My daughter just turned 19 on the 9th of December. My son's 17 and my other son's 15.
Okay.
And the baby's 6, but you know, she had her, but.
Yeah. You have some disciplinary since you've been here. Let's talk about those a little bit. Back in February of this year, you had a refuse, resist, arrest, movement, do, or command. Do you remember that? Says there were several inmates disobeying a direct order.
February 20,
February of this year.
I think so, yeah.
What was it?
Maybe resisting arrest. Oh, it's because we was like signing at the
Like sign
window.
language?
Yes. Trying to communicate. That's why I had got it.
Okay, and then you, in September 2023, you had a substance abuse A13. Do you remember that one?
Yes. They had said that they had found a pill in the hallway when several people used the same hallway and found a pill that wasn't even mine or identified as it. So I pleaded not guilty, but they ended up finding me guilty for it.
Okay. And then in May of this year, prohibited sexual acts.
Yes, I had ended up, I have a codependent issue, and so I have to grow from that.
What were you doing?
I was like cuddling with this girl I'd been talking to, and we've got close than we should have, kind of especially in an environment like this. And I know I shouldn't seek relationship when we're all not right, you know, and that we have to work on ourselves, but I've gotten a toxic relationship.
Okay. And then in June of this year, you had another prohibited sexual acts.
Yes. It's the same situation.
Okay.
But I ended up.
Was this a cellie of yours?
No, I ended up going to another person's section and on the camera, they said we got too close and we was sitting on her bed.
On this one, it says you guys didn't have any clothes on.
Yes. I was under the sheet.
Is this the same person as in the prior one? Okay. And then September 2024, unauthorized use of vehicle, tool, device, object. This one, they witnessed on camera an offender open the gun port and kiss another offender. Is this the same girl?
Yes.
Are you still in a relationship with this girl?
No,
Okay.
I just figured I need to work on myself and like quit trying to get in relationships to fix myself because it's not getting me nowhere and they're just toxic. And what kind of environment or place should I go look for love? And I just, like I said, I have codependent issues and it's something that I need to work on as myself.
Okay. July of this year, refuse, resist, arrest, do movement. Witness an inmate open and pass through a gun port. What were you passing?
Probably a note.
And then in August, same disciplinary, open a gun port, we're passing items to another inmate.
Was hygiene.
And then in October, same thing, same disciplinary, as well as an abuse, misuse of medication. Do you remember this one? October 28th, 2024.
Yeah, she had said that she tried saying I was trying to cheat my meds, but I ended up showing her like 3 times my mouth and I ended up fighting it and I won that one. They dropped it.
Okay. On September 2nd, 2024, you had a substance abuse.
Yes, I can admit that I had tried something.
What did you use?
I had tried Suboxone.
And then in October 10th, 2024, refused resist arrest movement due command and then prohibited sexual acts and decent exposure. Tell me about that.
I know I can't make no excuses. Like, I had wanted some affection and some attention, and I seeked it with the same person. You said that was in October?
October 10th, 2024.
Oh, yeah. I pleaded not guilty for that one,
Okay.
and I won it. But I do have resisting a direct order because I didn't hear him say that it was our time was up for our timeout, and I was doing laundry in the shower.
And then you have a pending one, which we won't talk about just because it is pending. It's an unauthorized use vehicle, tool, device, object. Just states in here that they found illicit items, and that they were logged, pretty much. Are you aware of that one?
List items like
This,
MP3 player.
It's just an unauthorized use vehicle, tool, device. It doesn't say specifically what it is, but you have a pending one,
Yeah,
basically.
it was for a radio. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna fight that too.
What do you feel like for you overall has changed? I know we've talked about some of the stuff, but what do you feel like is gonna help you moving forward so that you don't come back here?
I feel like I need to quit trying to get in codependent relationships and just work on myself and be a mother to my kids, because I had rather get love from my kids than any relationship that's not going to help or it's going to be unhealthy and toxic for me.
Okay,
And so
so you said you want to go to Orange Street for stabilization. What else are your plans for release, for programming, things like that afterward?
So my daughter, we are gonna get an apartment together, and I would like to go to like classes, like self-help classes, PTSD, because I suffered from a lot of trauma growing up. And I think it's why I seek so much validation and so much affection, because it's something that I didn't really have growing up.
Okay,
That's why I had got involved in a gang, because I wanted family, somebody that could protect me and be there for me.
for sure.
Uh,
Okay,
But it was different in the cards I was dealt. I just had to make the best of life. It was like fight or flight. But after I had kids, it just opened my eyes that I didn't want that lifestyle for them. So I had to grow up and grow out, move out Ogden as fast as I can.
okay. Ma'am, is there anything else at this point that you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know?
I just feel like everybody deserves second chances. And if I get that, then I can prove and show not only myself, my kids, and the board and my parole officer that this is not the life that I wanted to live or choose. And it's just something and the mistakes that led me here. And I want to be able to become a better citizen in society.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, and submitting that to the board. The board is made of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 3 to 4 months or 2 to 4 months for them to get that decision out to you. You currently have a 35-month guideline, which puts you at October 9th of 2025. That is just a guideline. The board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at November 17th, 2027. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, you too. This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Asia Mack inmate 247616. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say your first name correctly?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because of the information I'll be gathering today, I'm going to place you under oath. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. Looks like you were brought back here due to some disciplinary violation contingency that you had for your parole for December 2nd, 2024. It looks like you had a new disciplinary in September, October, and November. 2 of those are currently pending, so there's really, I'm not going to really talk to you about those because those are pending and this is recorded. So tell me a little bit about the September 25th, 2024 refuse, resist, arrest movement.
Well, ma'am, it was simple. I made a mistake. I can take accountability for that. The officer that had brought us to dinner that night specifically told me not to bring any food back, and I did.
Okay.
And then he asked me where it was when we got back to the section, and I gave it to him, and he says, okay, well, you're gonna receive a write-up for disobeying a direct order. I said, okay.
So tell me overall what keeps getting you in trouble. 'Cause you've got a few of these, right?
Yes.
Since you've been here. So tell me what keeps pulling you into the disciplinary behavior.
I think some of it's self-sabotage. It's
Okay.
just, I'm a little nervous to go out there, and I think it's subconscious. I don't think I purposely go out of my way to mess things up for myself, but I think at times the fear of not knowing what to expect from real life holds me back.
What are your plans if you are paroled?
If I'm granted parole, I have an address. I have some really solid support that I've reunited with, and I am hoping.
Relationship?
It's mother-in-law.
Okay.
I have her name, her phone number, and her address. If that, I don't know if.
I don't need that. I just am more interested in what the relationship is moving forward and what your plans are for your release.
So my release, I plan on working at the Amazon warehouse, and I know I have to get a license. My goal eventually is to be able to drive for them, but I don't have a driver's license, so that's not an attainable goal at this moment, but I can work in the warehouse. I do have proper certification to do that. Well, I guess it's not really certification. I don't really need to be certified, but I'm trained in the production area due to previous jobs. And if I'm able to do standard parole, I have an address with my mother-in-law, and she has a really good, stable environment for me to go and parole to if that's what I'm granted.
Okay.
And she will help me with transportation for the first little bit until I'm able to get my driver's license and get a vehicle.
Is your driver's license revoked or you just need to get a copy of it basically?
I've never had one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They revoked it when I was like 13 years old. I was never able to even have a permit yet, but
You
due to
driving?
a drug charge when I was like 13. And it's only like a $90 reinstatement fee, so it's not terrible. It's just something I need to go and study for. I know how to drive. I've just never actually taken the test, so.
So with what you have in place, what's your biggest fear? What do you think the self-sabotage is from specific to that fear? What do you think that fear is?
I think sometimes my biggest fear is being alone out there,
Okay.
is not having support or doing things to, like, my poor behavior sometimes pushes people away, and I'm afraid of myself in a way. I'm afraid that I'll make the same mistakes that I made to get to prison and bring myself back. And I'm afraid to reunite with my son because it's been so long since I've had a relationship with him.
How old is he?
Yeah, he's almost 8.
How long has it been?
I talk to him still on the phone, but a physical, like, him living with me. It's been since he was 3 years old, and that's around the time when I started coming to prison. I came to prison just months after I let him go live with his dad.
Okay.
So I'm a little worried about just how I'm gonna interact because he was so small when I left, and he's so like grown into a full-grown child now. You know, he's not an infant or a toddler anymore. And I don't know how to build that relationship and create a bond with him. And it's easier on the phone, I guess, because it's paced, you know, I can do it at my own pace and at his pace. But out there, when it's like every day and it's what I'm doing for a living is being a mother, it worries me because I don't always find myself, I'm really young and I'm not experienced yet. And so it's just something that,
So it sounds like your overall thing is fear of failure and low confidence.
yes.
What do you think is going to help you moving forward?
I've been taking a lot of classes and they're not like capped classes. A lot of them are even somewhat religious classes.
Okay.
But like emotional resilience is a really good one. I just attended that one today and I've been going the last couple of weeks and just kind of digging deeper within myself to try to discover who I am as a person. So that way it's easier for me to present myself because it's hard to know how to present yourself if you don't really know who you are and you don't know where you fit in. So I'm just trying to discover things about myself and my sober self to determine what I want to do with the rest of my life. And I know it's not spend it in prison. So I want to find myself and learn how to deal with my emotions and learn how to function in everyday life without failing.
Okay. What do you want the board to know or what do you feel like they need to know at this point?
I've been contingent on, it's been on my contingency for Orange Street every time I've had a release date. And I'm more than willing to do parole. At one point, I said I wasn't willing to do parole and then they were going to expirate me. And I asked them kindly to please parole me again. And then I lost that opportunity by my poor behavior. So I'm asking if they will please give me another opportunity at parole and if they will give me an opportunity to do standard parole and work with the support system that I have. Because it'll be a lot easier to reunite with my son in this environment. And I think that's really important for me in the place I am right now with how many years it's been with me being away. I know it's not something I want to jump into and just have him come live with me full time. But I do think it would be beneficial for me to have an opportunity to live in a home rather than a facility.
Okay. If they come back and still want you to do the Orange Street, are you going to refuse parole or are you willing to do that still?
I'm really scared to refuse parole because of the, I don't want to stay here for 4 more years.
What is your
so-
fear of Orange Street?
Failure.
Okay.
I'm scared of being surrounded by people that I just did all this time in prison with is going to not be positive interactions when I could be interacting with my family and people that are more positive supports. Then I'm scared of being comfortable in this environment and in an environment where I'm surrounded by nothing but people that have continued to make bad life decisions. Being around people that are from the prison is always like comforting, but in a way, I don't want to get stuck in that state of mind. I've become comfortable here in prison, and that's something that I'm trying to shy away from. I'm trying to make myself aware that this isn't how I want to spend my life, and this is not the type of people that I want to surround myself with.
Okay.
Not that just because you've been to prison, you're a bad person, but we tend to make a lot of bad decisions. That's why we're here. And I want to break away from that and surround myself with new people, places, and things.
Well, ma'am, what I plan on doing is taking this information, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You know that the board is the one who makes the final decision. They could come
Yes.
back and still want you to do the Orange Street. I will put in here the reasonings and your concerns for that and your plan for potentially wanting to do the standard parole,
Yeah.
being paroled to your mother-in-law and things like that. There will be conditions regardless for substance use and things like that. Are you willing to comply with those?
Yes, I'm more than willing to do like intensive outpatient or anything that they have to, obviously I'm gonna abide by whatever I need to in order to get myself out of prison and into a better situation. But I just hope the stipulations are something that I'm able to do, you know?
You do have a 10-month guideline, which you have passed as of May of this year, which proves that this is just a guideline. They can continue to go past that guideline if they feel necessary to do so. You do have that 5-year top, which puts you at July 26, 2028, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction of your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any questions for me?
Do you have any idea of what a recommendation would look like, or is that solely up to the board?
I don't typically come in here with preconceived notions of what I'm going to be recommending because I like to talk to you guys first.
Okay.
And go through that process. After this hearing, I will eventually do this report and I will re-listen to this hearing to make sure I have all the information needed for that.
Okay.
And then make a recommendation at that time.
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Paul Wayman, inmate 254130. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am. I
Do you have any questions on it?
think I do.
Okay, what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses and we'll see what you kind of been up to. Your case was part of a smart scheduling case where the board wanted you to complete residential substance abuse treatment, substance abuse, or some sort of substance abuse treatment, as well as domestic violence, cognitive behavioral therapies, and to remain CAP compliant. We did receive notice of your GED high school diploma completion, as well as the substance use treatment this year, just so you are aware. We'll go over that in just a little bit. In case 211101438, you were convicted of a violence, third-degree violation of a protective order.
Yes, ma'am.
This one occurred around December 17th, 2021, where the victim in this case received a postcard from you while you'd been incarcerated. Is that accurate, sir? Did you send a postcard?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, there was no ill intent. I guess there was good hopes or positivity. And it shouldn't have been sent one way or the other.
Okay. In case 211101185, you were convicted of kidnapping, second-degree felony, threat of violence, class A misdemeanor, aggravated assault, third-degree felony, domestic violence in the presence of a child, third-degree felony, domestic violence in the presence of a child, third-degree felony, aggravated assault, second-degree felony, and a third-degree felony aggravated assault. This occurred over a period of time, sir, where this is a very long report, so I'm basically just going to summarize that you were extremely abusive to your wife and kids at the time. Was this a wife or girlfriend?
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend and her kids at the time, that resulted in hitting, shoving, pushing down, choking to the point of loss of consciousness, not allowing people to leave the home, and so on and so forth over a long period of time. Is this accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me a little bit about this. Regarding this case and all of that. And this is kind of what a lot of your cases are about. When it comes to the violence that you've inflicted on, we'll just, for lack of a better word, family, in this regard.
So your question is,
What does this stem from?
after talking to therapists and everything else, I believe it stems from my own fears, projecting my own fear onto somebody else. And by no means is that right. And I wish, looking back now, I wish I could have paid attention to Ms. Miller, that's the other party in it, the victim, when she suggested that I get help.
How long
I-
how long had the violence been going on? Because there was a report somewhere where it had mentioned that this had been going on in previous relationships as well. So how long have you been dealing with the violence? Has this been a whole life experience that you've had since you were a kid up? Or,
Yes, I mean, I've dealt with different things growing up. And then I just projected
okay,
in relationships, especially in relationships. And like I've stated, it's no way to live for anybody.
do you feel like it stems from like some deep-seated thing against women or just in general?
No, ma'am. It has nothing to do with women in particular
Okay.
at all. So.
In case 211101248, you were convicted of 4 third-degree felonies, violation of a protective order, violation of a JRA, jail release, court order, felony arrest, a combination of those charges where you were violating protective orders. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me some of the things that you were doing regarding violating those protective orders and what was causing you to continue to violate those protective orders, knowing that there was one in place.
So it would be phone calls. I got to try to call the victim or through third party somehow, letter, whatever it may be, that I would try to reach out. The intent behind it wasn't ill, like I said. There was no ill intent. It was at that point, there was a lot of obviously confusion in my head, which still doesn't make it right to break the law. Not any means. When I'm told to do something, I should be doing that.
Tell me a little bit about the confusion. Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, at that particular point, when I had gotten arrested, I thought things were okay between us. I really wasn't to the full aware of how she was feeling. I am now. So I was trying to save my family at that point. And it was already too late. Struggling to accept any accountability for it at that point as well.
You guys share at least one child, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Is it just the one child?
Yes, ma'am.
In case 211101397, you were convicted of an attempted violation of a protective order, class A misdemeanor, where again, several times there was no contact order that was in place. The defendant called your acquaintance and you were attempting to get them to reach out to the victim, and they refused to do so. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in case 201100801, this is a class A misdemeanor, criminal mischief, intentional damage, deface, destroy property. This occurred around August 9th, 2020, where officers responded to domestic violence. Once on scene, they observed that the victim had a lacerated earlobe, stated that you had grabbed her head with both hands, and in the process pulled out an earring, it sounds like. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
In case 201100803, you were convicted of violation of protective order, Class A misdemeanor. This one is in regard to that last one we just spoke about, that you had been booked into jail. A protective order had been issued and you attempted to call her several times. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
How much of this, with the anger, things like that, are contributed to your need to control?
I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Well, typically in these situations where you have domestic violence cases, there's a need for the aggressor, the abuser, to control situations. And when they feel like there's no control in the situation, then they become aggressive, or they feel like somebody's fighting the control or something like that. How much plays into your situation?
I don't feel necessarily that I need control. I can understand how it would be perceived, maybe that I do. I think there were a lot of triggers that were involved in my behavior. And I'm not sure that it had to do with control in any of this. I felt like, yeah, we need to have a very mutual relationship. It didn't end up going that way, unfortunately.
Where do you feel like your anger then stems from?
Well, as I'd stated previously, I project my own fears onto another. And I feel like it comes from when I was a lot younger.
Okay. Would it like trauma from being a kid,
Uh,
situations?
yeah, I was bullied a lot and I got beat up a lot when I was a kid. And that's really no excuse.
Okay.
Ultimately, I'm in control of myself, or I should be. And so there is no excuse for my behavior. My choices are what ended me up here.
Okay. So if there's restitution in your case, are you willing to pay that?
Yes, ma'am.
There was nothing submitted by the victim. However, I did read the letter from the court case that the victim had written, which I'm assuming you heard or read. If the victim were listening today, what would you say?
Number one, that I am truly sorry. I can't even imagine how her or the kids felt. To be so isolated or trapped. That I should have definitely listened, and not let my own fears or egos get in the way of getting help. I should have got help a long time ago. And there were the choices that I made that were the wrong choices. I could have made the choice to not drink. I could have made the choice to not engage in arguments. So these choices led me here. And ultimately, I'm grateful that I ended up here. It gave me a chance to think about damage I've done and hurt that I've caused, harm to her and the kids and anybody else, my family. Really, nobody ever should go through any of that. And I really do hope that they're doing well. I hope they're happy. And I really hope that they are safe. That this is, I'm 100% responsible for every part of why I'm here. There is nobody else to point the finger at. And I am, like I said, very, very sorry that I put them through everything they went through. I've impacted their holidays. And after reading that letter, I didn't even realize that. And so, that I can remember that she'd be very happy about, like, she loved Thanksgiving. And to think that I've ruined all that for them. Christmas.
Okay.
That was never the intent. I guess ultimately I hope for forgiveness.
Tell me a little bit about your drinking. When did you begin drinking?
At what age or?
Age.
Oh, I started at 21.
Okay. Do you feel like you have a drinking issue?
I feel like probably in maybe 2018, I possibly had created one. I know that I was able to stop it. I had been sober for 9 years prior. And when I did drink, it was not very often. I drank the most in 2018, 2019. And then I slowed down on work reasons and all.
Okay.
Even when I got arrested, and I've been sent here, there was no like withdrawal or anything from that. So I feel like stopping is not a huge thing for me.
Did you use any other substances?
No, ma'am, I had to take a prescription medication for mental health. Other than that, no.
What are your diagnoses?
Bipolar.
Are you currently on medications?
I'm supposed to be on Lamictal, and something similar to Seroquel. The pharmacy here, I don't know if it's the pharmacy or mental health alone. They can't seem to keep the medication in stock. So whenever you refill it and it takes a week to get it, you got to start and stop, and that's not really good for mental
How
health.
long have you been off of it?
For a while now. I couldn't even tell you.
Did you just stop taking it then because of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in your physical health that would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
No, ma'am.
What do you feel like for you has changed that's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up back here?
I feel like in the past 3 years, like I stated before, one of the biggest things is in the beginning it was hard to even in the beginning, who wants to accept accountability, I guess.
Mhm.
I didn't. I've learned through the time that I've had here, and this is why I said I was grateful. It has no way, shape, or form. Ultimately, in the end, I am accountable for everything I've done that brought me here. Nobody else. And through the program, the My Story Matters, which is Captain Your Story. Inside Out Dad. I'm in Kindness Matters as well. I've done difficult, crucial conversations. One of the biggest ones that I've done as well is I did the 200-hour yoga instructor course.
Mhm.
I feel that with all that combined, I've learned that I need to accept that accountability.
Okay.
That I am the one who brought me here. And that's it. At the end of the day, it was all my choices. And I've learned that the only way that I can actually gain trust from anybody is gonna be through behavior and time. And realistically, I know that you guys see numerous people every day, every month. And I don't think I can sit here and tell you anything that you guys haven't already heard.
Okay.
I do know that the way that I can show the board, I can show my family, I can show myself, is that behavior and time. And through that, that's gonna show that programs like the one in green or the My Story Matters, programs like that truly do come through and can take somebody that's damaged and help them grow, help them thrive when they didn't feel that they could.
Okay. Sir, if the board chooses to parole you, what are your plans? Do you have a place to go to?
Yes, ma'am. I've been accepted over into Building Beginnings in Spanish Fork.
Okay. Do you have a work lined up?
I don't have any work lined up at this point. I think what I'd like to try to do is speak to the AP&P officer. I'm gonna continue some education. I would also I was a corrective farrier prior to getting incarcerated. And I would like to actually be able to go back to that line of work if possible.
What is it again?
Corrective farrier,
What is that?
a glorified horseshoer.
Okay.
We work with vets a lot.
Okay.
Stuff like that,
You
realistic.
ever had a problem getting a job?
No, ma'am. I've never really had a problem staying employed at all.
Okay. More than likely, there will be a no contact order if the board chooses to parole you. Are you willing to abide by that?
100%.
Now, convince me that you're willing to abide by that since you have a lot of charges prior that state otherwise.
I can understand why you'd want to know that. Convincing you, realistically, again, I can tell you words, behavior and time, again. I do know that what I had done ultimately is breaking the law. And I shouldn't have done that. And I'm not going to do that anymore. It's wrong. Nobody, like I said, I don't want somebody watching over their shoulder. I don't want anybody living in fear. I don't want the victim to have to worry and stress. And realistically, it's 3 years that have gone by. I have no desire to reach out.
Okay.
I have not made a single attempt while I've been incarcerated here at the prison. And I don't want to. It's not the path I want to take anymore. That's behind me.
So is there anything else you'd like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
Like I said, ultimately, I am grateful for the time that I've had here. I am grateful for the programs I've been able to attend and go to. I'm grateful for the opportunity I've had to grow and learn as to why I'm doing what I am doing. What's causing this harm, because I don't want to keep repeating this pattern. This is not who I am. So I have to change who I am. I have to grow. And at the end of the day, I have to face myself in the mirror. And I can choose to look in the mirror and let's just say, keep living that old path, or I can say, no, that's not who I am. And nobody at that point can change whether or not I make a difference other than me. And that's what I want, is a different path. I want to show everybody that it can be done. There was an officer I remember back in Logan that told her, guys like me don't change. I want to be the one to show that officer, guys like me can change.
What I plan on doing, sir, is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. You currently have a 38-month guideline, which puts you at December 12th, 2024, which is today. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that they can go past that if they feel like that you need to do something more prior to the opportunity to parole. You currently have a 20-year guideline, which puts you at October 15th, 2041. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any questions for myself, sir?
No, ma'am, I don't. I appreciate your time.
With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Sir, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, just give us 1 minute and we'll get started as soon as we're on the record.
Okay.
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Kenneth. I'm going to have you state your last name for me because I know I'm going to mess it up.
So Mascarenas,
Thank you. Inmate 7150. Is that you, sir?
correct, yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did, yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
I did,
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, so it looks like you were brought back before on parole violations, at which time your parole was revoked. Then they scheduled a hearing with conditions, which is this hearing. They wanted you to complete domestic violence and victim impact, as well as residential substance abuse treatment or some substance abuse treatment, whatever you were assessed for. And it does state that we have received completion of the substance abuse program. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, it is.
Excuse me. Tell me what you have been up to then since you've been incarcerated, sir.
Well, like I said, I was over in Cass County for like 7 or 8 months when I came over here last December. You know, my blue pack said that they expected me to participate in the program. So I put in for it right away and I did the program right. I graduated at the end of October. And now I got moved over to the other side of the jail and I'm just, kind of just playing it day by day, it's what I can do, staying out of trouble. I did the program 4 days a week. I was going to classes and stuff like that. To be honest with you, I did the program back in 21 and 22. I was released and I really didn't pay attention to the program as much as this time. This time, taking the program, I learned a lot more out of it. I was still sticking in my head, what tools to use to keep me from coming back, This here is just, it's been a long stay for another charge, first violation. I give or take, I did wrong that night. I knew I was going to have to pay for what I did. I'm regretting it, Still at 19 months that I've been down, it's been long enough for a class B that I'm on violation. I'm ready to get back to my job. I have a good job on the outs, I have a house. I'm ready to get back to all that, I got a good family, a lot of support. and support me good while I've been here also.
So you mentioned something about changes that you've made that are going to help you from not coming back to here. Tell me a little bit about those changes.
Well, just, I paid, like the CBI book and the MRT and just all that. I paid a lot more attention to it, put my mind to it, you know, and did it correctly. You know, studied it time after time, you know, just, you know, keep it in my head, all the tools that I've learned from it, you know what I mean? When to say no on certain things or just, you know, stuff that, just to stay out of trouble, you know, like if something occurred, you know, or to control whatever happens at the time. So.
Okay. If there's restitution owing in your case, are you willing to pay that?
I am correct, yes.
Okay. What would
As
you
far-
say to your victim at this point, sir?
Oh, I'm very sorry for what happened. She's kept in touch with me, you know, because I have children. I got an 8, 10-year-old daughter, and she's put money on my books and wrote me letters, you know. I'm very sorry for what happened. You know, it was a freak accident. You know, I was having a barbecue. She knows it. She understands it. You know, back when it did happen, she did not want me arrested. It was a freak accident. You know, when I caught on fire, I was in shock when I threw a lighter, and she was trying to avoid the police being called on us. You know, DURAN, I understand, it's when they call the police. The victim was trying to get the charges dropped because, you know, I needed medical attention more than getting locked up. It's just said I threw a lighter being out of shock, so my skin was peeling off. She understands, you know, it was an accident. I'm really sorry for that it did happen, you know, being away from her, my 2 little kids. It's been tough, you know. I mean, we've got 17 years together. We've always been together as a family. But, you know, I'm really sorry that it did have to happen. You know, it shouldn't have. My kids didn't need to see it, and it shouldn't have happened to her anyway, you know. To this day, I mean, there's no
Are you
hate.
still with this person then?
Well, not now, you know, I've got a card with her, but she's been writing me, you know, sending me pictures of my children
Okay.
and helping me out. She's been financially helping me out, putting money on my books. But down the road, yeah, we still plan on, you know, we got 17 years together. We still plan on getting together as a family and raise my 2 little children. Like I said, I got an 8. Well, actually, she just turned 9. And my other daughter just turned 11.
Okay.
I still want to raise them as a family like we did before in the past, you know. We've always lived together in the house, you know, just as a
Okay.
family. That's our goal, you know, raising our children together. But like I said, she has been putting money on my books occasionally when she can, sending me pictures of my children and stuff like that, little letters and stuff like that.
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
I don't.
Is there anything that would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
No, it's just parole. I could do parole easy. I've got 6 months left before I expirate. But I'm
Yeah,
asking-
I've noticed that.
I'm asking for the board today if possible. I'd like to try to get, I've seen it happen before. I would try to get immediate release. That's what I'm shooting for. I've got a job out there. The manager and the owner's been contacting I got older children. They've been contacting them wanting to know when I'm getting released so I get back to work, you know. So I still have my job out there and I do have a house, residential house out in Ogden. And I'm asking if I could get immediate release so I can get back on my feet and go from there, you know. I mean, like I said, I'm very sorry for what happened, and it's just a freak accident, and I meant no harm to the victim or my 2 little children, you know, being away from them this long. I've always been there for them. I'd like to try to get immediate release, get back on my feet, get back to work, and if I have to do parole for my next 6 months, so be it. I could do it. It's easy. I just, you know, I made a stupid decision that day this happened. It didn't have to happen, but it was just a dumb decision out of my head. I just relapsed, let's put it that way. You know, just having a barbecue, trying to have a good time over Memorial Weekend. And, you know, the freak accident. Once I caught on fire, you know, like I said, it knocked me out.
Were you under the influence of anything at the time of the incident, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Her and I, we was drinking throughout the day. This happened like about 8 or 8:30 p.m. that night.
So do you have a substance use issue? Because you said you relapsed.
Well, I've been doing good, you know. So my whole parole, the 8 months I was out, you know, I was doing good. No drinking, no doing nothing. Like my parole officer, when I first got out last 2022, he wanted me to go get my weed card if I was going to use, you know. And I didn't even go that route. I don't need substance, you know, a substance to live, you know. it's just, I'd like to have a beer here and there. When I was out the 8 months, I was working good, I got my place. That's all I did was go to work, go home, go to work, go home. So,
Okay.
I don't go to parties, I don't go to bars, nothing like that, so I can handle, like substance, any kind of substance. And I'm just saying I have relapse in the 8 months I was out, I did nothing. I did UAs, got to call every day for UAs, and I never had no dirties.
Okay. What do you feel like overall for you has changed that's going to help you so you don't do something like this again? You don't end up coming back here?
Just keep a clear mind and stay busy. And, like I said, we plan on, being a family. I just want to raise my children, see them. I'm getting too old. I'm 61 years old and I want to raise my children the best as possible, I don't want my family out on the streets like that. We've always been together. And just keep a clear mind and, just stay away from things that, it's going to occur me to come back here. But, to be honest with you, everything I do, it's family oriented. My sisters, their husbands. I don't go to bars. I don't go to parties. I don't go around crowds. That's a thing of the past for me. And I know I could do it. Like I said, if I have to do my last 6 months parole, I could do that easy. I know I can. I made a stupid decision that day, and I knew I did wrong. And even my son, we were supposed to go to San Diego that weekend, and I told him I wasn't going to San Diego. I'm just stay home. Even right there, he told me no. He didn't feel comfortable about it, and which I should listen to him. But I wanted to see my family. That's the reason I didn't go to San Diego. So it went wrong because of after I found the fire.
Okay.
So like I said, ma'am, I know I could do it. And like I said, I would really like work to do, consider immediate release and get back home, hopefully before the holidays and get back to work. And I've never had a problem with work. I've worked, I was married at the age of 15. I've worked full time since I've been 15 years old. I'm not the kind of type of guy that goes from job to job to job. When I get a job, I stick with one I'm out for years.
Is there anything else where you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
Just that this was a big lesson to be learned. And, like I said, the program did really help me out a lot. This go around. I paid a lot more attention to it. I was more serious about it. And it's just something that I got to keep in my head all the time. The goods and the bads not to do, which I'm just going to the good sides where I'm at, That's what I'm shooting for. I'm not a troublemaker. It was a freak accident. Like I said, I don't do parties like that. I'm a family person type of guy. I've always worked, and like I said, I do have good family support out there, very good support. But I would just like the board to consider, releasing me and let me get on my own and give me that chance to get out there, prove to myself and everybody else that I could do it.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who has the final say over everything. They're the ones who make the final decision. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You currently have, like you mentioned before, an expiration date of June 23rd, 2025. Regardless of what the board decides to, from this hearing, your sentence, given there will be no other offenses, future offenses, will be June 23rd, 2025. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
Correct, yeah, and then also, I got a letter in the mail here after I finished the program about the time cut for doing the program, it said the board will consider that also. Because there's up to a 4-month time cut for completing the program. If I'm happy to have,
They'll take into consideration everything you've completed up to this point.
Okay. Like I said, pardon me, or sorry, but as of the board, I got to do parole again, yes, I'm down for it, and I know I can do it without no problems. That's going to be all up to me, and I know I can do it. It's real simple.
Okay.
I messed up that day, and I admit it, and I'm paying for it, in the long run. It's been tough.
Okay. Well, sir, if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thanks. This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Rodrigo Ponce, inmate 250583. Is that you, sir?
Yeah, that's me.
Did I say your name correctly?
Yeah, my last name is Ponce.
Ponce?
Yeah, Rodrigo Ponce.
Okay. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
The blue packet part?
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked over it.
Did you have any questions on it?
Not, I'm not sure. It says, my guideline date's next February.
Okay.
This coming February, but, it says I have, release of a jail agreement. I didn't know I had those charges at all.
What charges?
The release of jail agreement.
I'm not sure what that is.
I'm not either. I thought I only had like 6 felonies or something, but it says I have 7 or
Oh,
something.
you're talking about the charge that you had. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in just a second.
Okay.
But if you can scoot up just a little closer, I'm having, just so that I can hear you better overall. So we'll go through your cases now. In case 201-800-206, you are convicted of a third-degree felony violation of jail release agreement, jail release court order, and another third-degree felony violation of jail release agreement, jail release court order, a third-degree felony tamper with a witness, and a third-degree felony tampering with a witness. So the information that I have on this is that you were calling your mother, who was the victim in your case. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you'd made multiple calls to that victim.
Yeah.
And that's probably what part of that violation of jail agreement is. Release. It goes on to say that you had attempted to get other people to telling them to contact her on your behalf in these conversations. You told her that she could testify against him or he will go to prison, or not to testify against him or you could go to prison. She told him how bruised her neck was and you continued to yell at her. In another call, you told her to lie on your behalf, and you contacted her via a cell phone 8 different times. Is that accurate?
Yeah, of sorts.
So had you gone to jail on these charges and at some point were bailed out and were contacting her?
No, so no, my mom bailed me out. No, I
But
don't
you
know.
were out at some point and you were continuing to contact her?
No. I made those phone calls in jail.
Okay.
We didn't have a protective order or nothing. Bunch of those charges got dropped anyways.
So this must have been part of a plea agreement of some sort?
Yeah, I'm just,
I mean, either way, these are convictions that you're here on. So
Okay.
these are, that's what the board deals with, right?
Okay.
In case 201-800-357, you were convicted of a third-degree felony distribution, offer, arranged distribution of a controlled substance. This one occurred around March 1st, 2020, where an undercover officer purchased $140 of substances from you, which contained 1.2 grams of heroin. Is that accurate, sir?
Yeah, that's accurate.
In case 201-800-358, you were convicted of the same offense, third-degree felony distribution, offer, arranged distribution of a controlled substance. Same situation. In this case, they purchased $140 of substances from you, which was about 1.1 grams of heroin. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
In case 221-800-6004, you're convicted of a Class A misdemeanor use or possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around October 18th, 2022 where a traffic stop was initiated. You were a passenger in the vehicle, not wearing a seatbelt, gave the officers a different name. Officers knew who you were. They knew you had warrants and APMP was looking for you, and you'd had a pipe on you that had residue on it that had tested positive for methamphetamine. Is that accurate, sir?
That's accurate.
In case 231800740, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around December 8th, 2023, where again, a traffic stop was initiated. You appeared to be shaky, sweaty, and began to having a buildup along your face while you were focused on eating your food. Because of the previous interactions, they deployed a canine unit out who indicated substances positive in your vehicle and on your person. They found in the driver's side door, a piece of rolled up tinfoil with burnt residue, which potentially turned out to be heroin. Is that accurate, sir?
I don't know. I got charged with something I had on me. I didn't.
Yeah, a tutor?
Yeah, I had a tutor.
Yeah.
And then the last one, those were two different coincidences. Once I lied about my name, and then when I got charged for that tutor, that falls with the other one.
Okay.
But,
Is there anything you wanted to add to any of these, sir?
no.
Okay. At the time of that your original hearing was scheduled, the board wanted you to remain CAP compliant. Tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated, sir.
Well, I've never been to prison before, and I heard about this program when I came here. I don't know. I just didn't want to sit around and watch TV, so I opted to join the program. So I have something conductive to do with my time.
Okay. So I noticed that you were removed from it back in 2022. You got back into it. Is that what's going on then?
Got back into what?
The residential programming, substance abuse program?
The one I'm in?
Yeah.
This is the first time I've been here or
Okay.
in this program.
And you're just doing the pre-treatment so far?
Yeah, I'm in the beginning part.
Okay. Have you been able to do anything else since you've been there, sir?
No, they got me started on I asked to be on MRT as well. I don't know what that is, but some of them said it passes time and it's some insightful stuff.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your substance use history. You've got a pretty long history. Well, you've never been to prison before. You've got a lot of like misdemeanor assaults, substance use, violation of protective orders, interfering with arresting officers since 2010 up to now. Tell me a little bit about your history, sir.
Like my life, kind of, or
Let's start with your substance use.
okay. I started using when I was young. I got like a 14. I got took away from my mom, and then I stopped using drugs because I was in proctor care until I was all the way up to 18. And my mom said I could live at her place, and then my mom's kind of like a party mom. That's why. So she's always drinking and stuff. So I started drinking, and then yeah, me and my baby mama were fighting a lot and stuff. I don't know. I just went to jail for that. And then we split up, and then I started using meth and stuff. And then yeah, and then I didn't have any money because I didn't have a job anymore. So I started selling, and then I started using fentanyl recently, like this year.
Okay.
And then I didn't sober up because that stuff is kind of scary to get clean off of, because withdrawal makes you feel like you're dying and stuff.
Okay.
And then and also when I went on the run, my mom had like cancer. She got cancer, and I didn't go to court because I didn't want to be locked up while my mom died. And so when I went on the run, she ended up passing away, I think a month later after I went on the run. So I got to take care of her, but now I'm here trying to take care of this stuff so I can try to learn how to live on my own and stuff. 'Cause I don't have
Right.
that.
How long were you selling for?
Not very long. I was just after me and my baby mama left. I wasn't doing nothing major. I was just selling enough so I could have money to get more.
So like a year, 2 years,
Like-
2 months?
Probably like a year.
Okay.
Yeah, because I had a job before that at the oil field. But then I couldn't keep my job because I was depressed that me and my baby mama broke up. So I started that job. I lost that job and started using more.
Okay. What do you feel like is going to help you moving forward so that you don't end up continuing this or this becoming a continuing thing for you?
So there are people that want me to like put in an address to go back to where I got in all this trouble at. And I don't think I want to go back there anymore. I know my mom passed away and that was the only family I had. So I think I'm just going to take the risk and go out on my own so I can learn to take care of myself. Because now that when I get locked up, I don't have her to fall back onto. So I think I'm just going to try to go on my own to a sober living or something.
Would you need to go to a halfway house then?
I believe so. I prefer sober living, but halfway house would be fine. I just
Do you
want
have do you have a sober living lined up?
No, I don't.
So typically, if you don't have anywhere to go, you would go to a halfway house. If you have something lined up, you could potentially go there this is all through APMP and the transition team, or you can go to a halfway house and then work out some type of program to go to from the halfway house. Halfway house is kind of to help you get stabilized, for the most part, moving forward with your parole overall.
Yeah. So I heard if you go to a halfway house, it's almost a guarantee to come back if everybody's using it or something. But I want to so yeah, I would want to So I don't know how long I was going to do. So I was told to wait and see if I get a date or something, and then call sober living houses. Because I'm not trying to keep coming back here. I need to start being able to take care of myself. And yeah, that's why I don't even want to go back to where I came from.
And we don't expect you to have everything planned out, just to get an idea of what your plans are, hopefully moving forward if the board chooses to parole you.
Yeah.
But it sounds like substance abuse programming is one of those things that you're wanting to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to rehab. I've graduated the last rehab I went to.
What rehab was that?
Ardu.
What rehab was that?
It was called Ardu in Provo.
How do you spell that?
ARDU. Means rise up in Greek.
Okay. How long was that program?
It was only 45 days.
Okay.
I should have did the whole thing, like sober living and everything. I think that's the only really way to get it.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health? Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to complete a successful parole?
No, I'm healthy. I just need to be more, know like sober people and like how to get a job and everything, you know?
You need to learn how to do that, or you just need to do that to stay away from negative influences?
Well, I just need to like learn how to like talk to the right people to get a job, and I don't know, just like being an adult really. I mean.
Okay. I show that you don't have any disciplinaries. Is that still accurate, sir?
Yeah, that's accurate.
What do you feel like overall for you has changed that's going to help you do better as well? I know we've talked about some of that stuff, trying to get work, things like that, treatment. Do you feel like there might be anything else that would be beneficial for you?
I don't know. Just my mom passed away. I mean, I needed to learn how to be able to fall on my own self.
Tell me about the grief. Have you dealt with the grief with your mom's passing, or is that something you still kind of need to work through?
No, I had enough time when I was on the run to grieve over her.
Okay.
She was pretty much all I had. I have a sister, but my sister's locked up or somewhere on the streets or something.
Okay.
She's-
Is there anything else, sir, you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know at this point?
I'm not sure what to ask for or anything like that, but just that trying to focus on taking care of myself. Yeah, just gonna focus on taking care of myself, learn how to take care of myself.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is made of 5 members. They takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You currently have a 25-month guideline, which puts you at February 21st, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You do have a 6-year expiration, which puts you at April 8th, 2029. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
I don't.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Thank you, you too.
Afternoon. How are you? Good. How are you? Good. This is a rehearing for Austin Robinson, number 248394. Is that you, sir? Yes. My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand the best you can, I'll swear in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate? I do. Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing with your blue disclosure packet? I did. So I think you understand that disclosure packet is the information, the new information the board will consider in your case after today's hearing. Okay. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is for you to be able to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that information. I'm going to go over, so I'll give a procedural review of what's happened leading up to today. From there, I think there's a new case we need to talk about briefly what happened. I have some questions for you about what's new since your last hearing. And at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can say anything else you'd like to. But at this time, are there any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure you'd like to discuss? Not that I know of, no. Okay. Looks like you returned from your first and only parole in March of 2023. You had a parole violation original hearing in October 23. The board scheduled a paper review at that time to track potential charges related to a disciplinary incident. In June 24, you were convicted in case 2416000. 394 of assault by prisoner, misdemeanor A. That's the new case we'll talk about. September 24, the board scheduled today's hearing to discuss that new case. They said they expected you to comply with your case action plan and have no disciplinary violations at that time. Just to review, you're serving a maximum sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. As of now, that will expire or end. The jurisdiction will end on December 2nd of 2026. Your guideline on this new case calls for 8 months. That would lead you being released on February 26th of 2025. The board's not bound by that guideline, but they'll look to aggravating and mitigating factors for any deviation from there.
Okay.
And I'm going to be focusing on new information since your last hearing, but just so you're aware, the board will consider everything you've discussed at your last hearings, all of the past disclosure packets that you've received. So if you have any questions about any of that, we can discuss it today, but my questions are going to be about the new information since your last hearing.
Okay.
All right, so case 241600094, November 2023, you were involved in a fight at the Gunnison facility. The official report discusses 3 separate inmates assaulting the victim. I think at one point the victim ran and you stopped this victim, grabbed him. It describes you as preventing his escape, grabbing and holding him down. It says the victim fell to the ground and you and others at that time, quote, stomped and kicked this victim. One of the co-defendants held the victim's head and slammed it against the concrete floor. There's comments about, you know, what led to this occurring, both from you, from others in that official summary, and I'm familiar with those. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And I note your comment, you told officers immediately after you didn't remember assaulting the victim, or you had hoped he hadn't been assaulted, but then on camera you were seen kicking the victim or stomping the victim at that time. Is that accurate? And what led to this happening?
So I believe that there was how do I say, there were gang members that wanted to have someone taken out, which was me, and I didn't know at the time. And so as that was about to happen, the person who was supposed to do it decided that that's not what they wanted to do. And so I was told to do what I did when I did it, that if I didn't do it, I would be in trouble. I didn't know that an order had been given for me to be taken out, but I did find out that same day.
Okay. I'll note those comments in my report to the board. You've submitted written statements as well, so I've made those aware in my report, so the board will read those also. Looks like since you returned from your first parole, you were in Ideas for Better Communication and Timeout for Men, but I think it was short periods of time, just a day or two that you were in those. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I got into those right before I left Gunnison. So
okay, and then came back. Have you done any other treatment? Because you're in Antelope right now.
Yeah.
I think the reports I've reviewed, there's like mental health classes, incel packets, tablet classes, possibly MRT, but maybe not all the time.
I've tried doing what I can on the tablet, but it's pretty limited. We only get it every other day, and sometimes there's a lot of misplacement to where we can't get them when we need them. So I've tried to do what I can on there.
What have you been trying to do?
I've been doing the Ideas for Better Communication, the assertiveness, the mindfulness, and I'm also doing the I can't remember it's on Mondays that I take it every Monday. It's LDS based, but I can't remember the name of the class.
12-step or the relapse prevention, or is it like the build your story?
Emotional resilience.
Emotional resilience.
And I'm just about to complete that.
And you do that on the tablet?
No,
Or
that
it's a
one's a
class?
class I go to every Monday.
Okay.
All the rest are on the tablet though.
And how long have you been doing that one?
I think I'm on week 8 or 9 of 10.
Okay. And there's a group of you
Yes.
that go to that
Yes.
section in the housing area?
Yes.
Okay. And what have you learned from those things? When you're on a tablet, you're doing some things, it's limited, but really what's important is applying those things moving forward to change your outcomes, right? So what have you learned in that regard?
There's a lot of a lot of me understanding things that I've learned. I've learned how to understand and apply things to my life much easier than before, to where I had to learn the hard way, so to say. But now I'm learning to put those things into my life much easier instead of doing that.
Since your last hearing, so October 23, it looks like I'm showing 6 incidents leading to disciplinary violations. The one in November obviously was the new case. We've already talked about that. There was an incident November 2nd, 23, 813 substance abuse. Looks like in Cedar, searches came through in your cell. Suboxone was found. What happened here? Was this, why did you have the Suboxone, or did you have it?
That was also when I was a gang member, also doing things that I thought were sufficient for being a gang member. And so,
Okay.
so that's just that part of my life that I have
Were
to
you
change.
using Suboxone at the time?
Yeah, most people were.
And then, okay. January 12th, 2024, Antelope, there was it's a BO2 fighting. I think it says participating in a fight that happened at the time. Do you remember this incident? What happened here?
I believe just an altercation that was just a mutual not liking of the situation, I believe.
Okay. And was this was in, once you got here to Salt Lake? Okay. Was it like during rec time something happened?
Yeah.
January 26th, looks like homemade alcohol was found in your cell. Were you using alcohol at this time?
No, just holding it.
Just holding it for someone else?
Yes.
March 23rd, 2024, fermented fruit. Was this, I guess, it was in the process of making homemade alcohol? And were you making that?
Just holding it. I don't even know how to make it. I just held it.
May 22nd, 2024, BO2, B11, Antelope. Says there was an incident, inmates fighting. Officers responded.
So I believe that is the one that says where I didn't even touch anybody. Nothing had happened.
It says you, quote, cornered another inmate after a physical altercation involving your cellmate. You, quote, you were pushed away from the inmate after cornering him. You, quote, were stepping toward the other inmate aggressively until he was backed into the corner. So your statement is there was no
No, there
punches
was
thrown or anything like that?
no one was touched. I was trying to find out what was going on. As I approached, he backed away and my cellmate turned around and said, "It's all right. There's nothing going on." And I turned around and walked away.
Okay. And I think it says the bag of homemade alcohol was found in your cell as well. Were you holding that again?
That was, yes, same thing.
Okay. And then there's a pending incident from October 4th, 2023, Aspen control. It hasn't resulted in a conviction, but it still shows as pending. I'm not going to ask about this case. It seems to bring up criminal behavior. I think the past board order said, quote, "We have not received any initial information from the Department of Corrections regarding charges related to the October 4th, 2023 incident." It lists an incident report. So I'm not going to ask anything specifically about that due to what seems to be.
That's over a year, correct?
Oh, let's see. Yeah, that's been over a year. We haven't received anything from LEB. It's pending. There's been no, as far as I can tell, any IDHO hearing on it. That's where I go. Do you have any statements you'd like to make about that,
I
or?
don't even know about.
Okay. Moving forward, so if the board, what do you think needs to change so that you can avoid disciplinaries? Obviously, and I don't think I need to tell you this, that disciplinary violations really can prevent you from achieving your goals and what you'd like to do. You haven't had one since, I guess, your last incident, May 2024. What's helped you avoid them over the last few months? And then how do you plan to avoid those moving forward?
So I wasn't in the gang for very long, but I know that I had to change a lot of my mentality when I got into it, and a lot of it probably carried over into my life after that. I know that there were fights and holding stuff for people who really I shouldn't have cared for, but I tried to. I tried to be someone who I wasn't, and that stuck with me for a long time. So once I finally figured out that they don't care about me and they don't have my best interest in mind, that then I started moving away from it. So once I've been acting for myself and being myself, I haven't had any issues with anything, with any of it.
And then I know recently I was notified there are potential opportunities for some programming for situations, the safety concern situations. Are you willing to do programming classes if the board orders that? And it's available to you?
Is it like here?
Like I don't know the specifics of it. I think sometimes IPP or a certain county jail may have a program that's designed for that, so that it can be done. Is that something you'd be open to? Have you discussed that with your case manager at all?
Willing, yes, but I mean, if I don't have to, I would rather not, but I will.
What do you think? Walk me through your thinking on that.
I have successfully completed 4 programs, been to 6. I need to get away from them. I need to get away from people with that mentality of using. I need to get away from people who use. I need to change everything. I've tried the programs. I've done it. I've completed them. I've finished them. And I've also not finished them many times. So
You did some treatment at Castle Ridge on your last parole, correct?
that is the one I was just left from, yes.
You had left from, where did you successfully complete treatment?
Mountain Peak Recovery, Turning Point Recovery,
Okay. When was that?
2019 and 2021, I believe.
Okay. Were you on like a private probation at the time or working
It
through
was
just on your own
I
accord?
decided to go on myself, yes.
Okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, you've done treatment programs in the past. You feel like you have some of the tools. It's a matter of putting those into practice, changing your associations. What other risk factors or other plans from that past treatment do you think you need to apply?
People I'm around is probably my biggest thing. I seem to gravitate towards people who aren't good for me, so I think that's 99% of my problem.
Okay. So I've read your written submissions about your release plan. Still hoping to live at a sober living facility, or has that changed? Well, if you're granted release, when that happens, what would your release plan look like?
I've been waiting to see what the board is gonna want me to do. I do have some options as where to live. Sober living is probably my backup plan
Okay.
if addresses don't work out. But I've been talking with my case manager, working with her about where I'm gonna go. So
Where is that? Where would you be living and who would you be living with? Is it
it
family or
would be
friends?
either close family or myself. So we've been looking at options and trying to figure out what'll be best, but it's kind of been waiting to see what the board wants.
Where would that be? I guess
Utah County.
Utah County is where your support system would be, I guess, or hope to
Yes.
establish the
Yes.
support system in Utah County. Okay. Then work plans, have you thought through that at all? What do you want to do for work eventually?
So I have talked to a few people who will still hire me when I go back, when I get back out. So
Doing what?
construction.
Construction. Okay. And you'd like to do medically assisted treatment regardless of, that's kind of what you feel like may be a key to help you through the addiction?
Yes.
Okay. I've read your past submissions and comments about mental health, your diagnoses. Are you currently taking any medications?
Just a mood stabilizer / depression, anxiety medication.
Okay. Does it help with symptoms?
Yes, for sure.
How long have you been taking that?
Over a year. I believe I got on it as soon as I came back in March.
Okay. Okay. All right. Have you taken medications in the past or done mental health treatment while you were in the community? Was that an issue for you, a risk factor?
Out there, no, I really haven't. I did when I was in treatment, and as soon as I got out, I stopped doing it. So I'm going to try and continue to use it as I leave this time.
Okay. Those are the questions I have for you. Is there anything else, or what else would you like the board to know?
I know that I had a horrible attitude, horrible mentality, horrible actions that I was perceiving to myself to be correct and right and proper, but I was wrong, and I was very wrong. And I've not only hurt me, myself, but I've hurt my family, my children, my parents, my siblings, and they're all suffering as well for the choices I made. But I have been working on changing those choices and changing the way I think and changing the way I act, and I hope that I can learn to apply that to my life in the future and not have to go through this trial anymore or again.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll include what you and I talked about today, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. I'm hoping to do that by tomorrow. It usually takes, they vote by majority vote, so 3 out of 5 have to decide on the decision. Once that decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the board's website. That usually takes a few weeks, 2 to 4 weeks, but sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it takes a bit longer for that. So you'll get it in writing once they do make a decision. With that, thank you for being here, answer my questions, and I wish you the best of luck. We'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
Record, and then we'll get started. Let's see. Time. This is a rescission hearing for August TURIC number 177497. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in best you can. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate? Yes. Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and get your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Okay. That disclosure packet obviously contains the new information the board will be considering in your case. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to speak about that information. What I'm planning to do is go over what's happened leading to today's hearing. I'll discuss the reason for the hearing. I believe, we'll go over that. From there, I'll give you a chance to make any other statements or comments that you have about that information, or really anything else, okay? In May, it looks like May 2024, there was a waiver that the board accepted. The board granted parole of October 29th, 2024. There was no contingencies on that parole. I think at the time, there were allegations of criminal charges, but they hadn't been filed. And our understanding at the time was that they would not be filed.
Did at the last second.
Yeah, they were filed in October 2024, but that case, as of, I believe, about a week ago, case 2419-12809, You were convicted of possession, use of controlled substance misdemeanor A, and the case was closed with credit for time served. So that case has been dealt with and did not result in Board of Pardons jurisdiction. And I think, if I'm understanding correctly, that's the incident that was addressed at the time of your waiver. It's really the same behavior. It just resulted in a criminal case that has been closed. Looks like on October 15th, 2024, the Department of Corrections submitted a special attention. It said you were involved in an incident on October 1st, 2024. It listed an incident report number. It said, quote, you and the alleged victim were interviewed and they were working to submit charges to be filed against you. At that time, the report said an update would be submitted upon charges being officially submitted to the district attorney's office. On that October 15th, the board rescinded the October 29th, 2024 parole. Based on that report, the disciplinary issue and the potential criminal charges that were reported, today's hearing was scheduled. As of this morning, no charges had been filed related to the October 1st, 2024 incident. As of this morning, we had not received any update from LEB or the Department of Corrections about that investigation. Because of the situation with that, I'm not going to be asking about that incident due to the potential criminal charges, the criminal investigation that's happening.
Can I speak on it if I want?
If you'd like to, just let me finish up real quick. Due to the criminal investigation, I think the board will likely set a paper review in your case to track that investigation. We have staff that will follow the case. They may reach out and seek an update on what's happening with that investigation. A paper review sets a time for when we will look into things. Once a decision is made, either charges being filed or not, the board would take appropriate action. So if they're not filed, they could make a release decision. They could potentially set another hearing to discuss that incident with you if they wanted further information. If charges are filed, they have the potential for board departure jurisdiction, or if charges are filed, the board would likely wait until that is resolved to make a decision. Does the paper review process make sense to you?
Yeah, yeah, I understand the process.
Okay.
I was told, because he's my brother-in-law, long story short, he's my brother-in-law, and we love each other. We're like best friends. We were just cellies, and Arno, he just saved my life again. He had a domestic violence like 12 years ago with my sister.
Before you do,
So
just so you know,
we're really close is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And it was more like I did get angry and I did hit him, and then we worked it out, hugged each other, and then someone said something. And then when I talked to LAB, they were like, they said that they don't know for sure, but they said it's not a big deal in their eyes, like trying to say that I'm like trying to preterize someone. They seen that it was what it was for. They talked to him, he doesn't want to press charges. We both were just being stupid and got in our feelings. And when I talked to LAB, I asked them if I was going to be charged with it. And they said usually it takes anywhere from 4 to 6 months and nothing's happened yet. And when I asked the officers, they said that it's not a big deal in their eyes, that they're not trying to come after me for it. But I don't know. I mean, I still punched someone, I should be punished for it. But
just so you're aware, if there's potential criminal charges, so anything you say today could be, it's on recording, so it could be used. So so that you're aware of that, but certainly I'll note your comments about that. So you said you've been told that you've been given an update about the investigation or not?
yeah, I've asked some of the officers about it. And they said, like the actual LAB, the one that interviewed me, he says that he's not recommending that they press charges. He says he's just submitting the paperwork to them to see if they want to, but the victim said he doesn't want to press charges, that it was just our silly argument, and wanted to move on with it. And they said, all right. So they said they were just going to submit that to let them know all the details of it,
So they've submitted this information to the district attorney for screening with all that conducted, and the LEB officer said he's not giving it a recommendation. He's just going to submit it to them for their decision. Okay. Well, that's fairly standard, and that's what generally happens in that situation is the board will wait for official word on what's happened, and that's kind of what a paper review is designed for. But I will note your comments about that investigation. If the board were to deem it appropriate to have our staff reach out to get an update at any point in time, they will, and they'll make that decision with this information that you've said today in my report. So that's kind of how we'll move forward.
It's been a few months, so I was kind of wondering myself if that was gonna, like, if it was gonna pop back up on me one day, like if I'm out, like if I get released, I'm out there and then all of a sudden they charge me while I'm out there doing good. Am I gonna have to come back to prison and be violated because I got charged, or, you know, and it's really stressing me out because I don't, the not knowing part.
Yeah. And generally, that's why we do the paper review. If there's a potential for, if there's criminal charges, usually the board's not going to make a release decision until that's been resolved. And there's processes to, hopefully, you know, decisions are made as quickly as possible. And from my understanding, they generally are, but it takes some time.
It
So-
happened before I had a board date, so, and I still had a date, for the write-up, and then it was October 29th, and then, you know, nothing happened. So I would have gotten out if, these charges popped up from when I was first arrested on a violation. I had, fentanyl pills on me. That's the possession, so, I would have had my date pulled anyway, so I didn't know if it was for the
Yeah.
write-up or if it was for.
Because I saw that the charges that were filed after, so I was planning on discussing that as well, and that would have been part of the paper review process, but that one's been resolved is my understanding. So the board's aware of that. And like I said, the behavior is what we addressed with the parole violation allegation things. So yes, you're right. Those two were an issue, but because the case has been resolved, that really is not won't be part of the paper review. But the paper review will be to track the charges, potential charges related to that October 1st incident. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was wondering, I had another question. Is it you, I don't know who's in charge of it or who's responsible, but who's responsible for, is it LAB to, why did they wait till kind of the last second? Like, why did they let you go to the board and then go to court? Why don't they do it before so you can, you know, get it over with or get it taken care of? Or why do they do it that way at the last like week or so? I was just curious.
Yeah, you know, I think it would probably be inappropriate for me to speak for other agencies. The board, we don't do it. We don't have anything to do with criminal investigations, filing of criminal charges. But yes, certainly that information does affect the board's decision-making process. So what we do is we just try to communicate, try to keep updated on the information, and then act accordingly. So I really don't feel like I'm qualified or in a position to speak for that. So I'm sorry about that.
That was fine. I was just kind of curious.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments, or concerns you have? Okay. Well, I think, like I said, the outcome will likely be that paper review. If something were to happen, certainly update us. If a decision is officially made, LEB should update us as well, and they generally are pretty good at that. If there is a case that is filed or whatever happens, once it's resolved, you can send us a kite, have someone call us to kind of get that paper review process started.
I also, or whatever happens, if I either get a release date or if I get one later on, and have to do some time, was supposed to have a bed at Weaver Recovery. But then when this happened, they had to call and let them know that I wasn't. But I already filled out the scholarship and everything. I'm just waiting for a decision here. But I have a bed at Weaver Recovery, so I'm
Okay.
trying to get into treatment.
So I'll put that in my report for this, and then that'll, whenever the board is making decisions in the future, they'll read that and be aware that there's a bed waiting at Weaver Recovery whenever that does come up. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thanks for being here, discussing these with me. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Have a good holidays.
You too. Is it Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll just get on record here in Salt Lake, and then we'll get started.
Ask if he can see you.
Can you see me?
I can see you. Can you see and hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So this is a rehearing for Jeremy Thompson, number 128442. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am
Okay.
going to be taking testimony from you. So if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Okay. That disclosure packet contains the new information since your last hearing that the board will be considering as they make a decision in today's case. In your case, part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that information before the board makes a decision about it. I do want to note, though, yesterday I received a letter of support. I believe the person describes herself as your girlfriend. I think we sent you a copy of that letter. Have you received that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You do technically have the right to receive that letter, including really all information, including that letter, for more time. But if you're willing to waive further disclosure, we can proceed with today's hearing. Or if you want to, we could postpone for further time to review it. But I figured because it's positive, you'd be willing to waive. Is that correct?
No, I want to have my hearing today.
Perfect. That's what I assumed. To dot the I's and cross the T's, we do have the disclosure responsibility. So I'll note that you waive further disclosure of that document. So
Okay.
how I'd like to proceed, and on top of that, with all the disclosure that you did receive, we're going to talk about, I'm going to give a review of what's happened leading up to today's hearing. Then I have some questions for you really about what's happened since your most recent hearing. I'll ask about your release plans, your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word and you can say anything else you'd like to. But at this point in time, are there any errors or inaccuracies that you'd like to discuss from your disclosure packet?
No.
Okay, perfect. Looks like you returned from your latest parole in March of 2023. You had a parole violation and original hearing in October of 2023. After that hearing, the board scheduled today's hearing. They noted an expectation that you participate in cognitive behavioral therapy and also substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate. In August of this year, the board acknowledged an earned time credit because you completed the intensive outpatient substance use treatment program. So that time cut will be considered as part of today's hearing. Just to review, you're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 15 years. That sentence will expire or end as of now on January 24th, 2023. Your parole guideline called for 18 months, and that guideline passed in September of 2024. So you're about 3 months over guideline at this time. Obviously, the board is not bound by the guideline. They'll consider your case as a whole to decide the appropriateness of a release, and if so, when that will occur and any conditions that should attach to that release. I do just want to note as well, my questions today generally focus on what's new since your last hearing, but the board will consider all information in your case in making a decision. So if there's other information from past hearings or from anything that you've received in your disclosure, please bring that up and we can discuss it. But my questions are really going to focus on the new information, okay?
Okay.
Looks like after your last hearing, since then you've completed MRT in the Millard SUTP program, so you've met the expectations as far as programming that the board set. But what have you learned in the programs that you've done?
Well, the biggest thing is I really took the time to apply myself to these programs, and especially the MRT program. I had done it in the past, but I kind of didn't understand the full concept of it. And the facilitator down there in Purgatory Correctional Facility, he really helped me through it, and I really processed a lot of the, my ripple effects and how my actions have impacted other people, and the situations where I've gone wrong in the past and made the poor choices. And I've just really taken a lot of time to reflect on the consequences of my poor choices and the impact of my substance abuse, and how it's not only affected me but affected my family and the people that I've victimized. And I've really taken this time to really reflect on that, and to be honest with you, I think I'm in a better headspace, and I'm in a
just all around better situation than I've probably ever been in the past, you know? And, you know, I'm 47 years old now, so I'm, you know, I just feel like people over time, their habits and morals and values and stuff take it, you know, start to change. And that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. We really anticipated the next question that I had prepared. I was going to go over that you've done a lot of programming over the years. You've done MRT, you've done education, you've done substance use treatment. And like you said, I think really at a certain point, it becomes applying those things, focusing on them, internalizing them. So thank you for coming prepared and having thought about some of those things and willing to talk about them today. I think I've reviewed your history. There's been a number of paroles. I think there was a federal prison sentence with federal supervision. You know, I've looked at the behaviors that kind of prevented success in those times and then has led us to this point. I think certainly substance abuse, possession of stolen items, the fleeing from police incident recently that occurred on this most recent parole that certainly presented public safety concerns and risks to others that you kind of mentioned. I wanted to grasp and kind of discuss with you in the treatment that you've done, digging into things with your program teachers and therapists. As far as your specific cycle with what are the risk factors and really what moving forward you plan to change in your approach so that you can achieve a different result of stability and healthy living in the community?
Okay, well, this is the most fundamental thing that, number one is I agree that I probably needed this 2-year rehearing, and you probably, you know, like I think that I needed this, and the reason why is because now I have 2 years of sobriety under my belt, and that's going to give me a good push-off point for when I'm out of here. You know, like I think of what would happen if I did relapse when I get out of here or whatever, and I couldn't even imagine going back to that because in the past, like I've done heroin, and you know, when you're doing that type of drug, you end up being codependent on it, and you know, you put yourself in a situation where you're willing to do anything to get it, you know, and that's why I end up being in possession of stolen property and all that. So, you know, what I've done is while I've been in here, I've tried to change my mentality from the prison environment, you know, like I don't really hang out with people in here. I don't, you know, I've stayed right up free for this past 2 years. I've even been sucker punched in the face and I didn't fight back. And I've tried to work on the way that I talk and I interact with people. And so moving forward, I'm hoping that shows the board that, you know, I've made significant changes on the way that I behave. But when I get out of here, you know, I plan on attending, staying active in the sober community because, you know, like playing sober softball, going to AA meetings, and having a safety net. Like I have a pretty good support system right now that I haven't had in the past, of people that all have been in like long-term recovery. You know, like I have a friend up in Washington that's been sober for 2 years and just bought a house. So with that, and something else that I've realized is the biggest thing that I need to do is have an open relationship with my parole officer, because I've always kind of looked at them as like the enemy when actually they're there to help me and to help me find resources. And that's another thing, is my cycle is kind of, I do good for a while and then I get complacent in life, or a bad event will happen and I end up resorting back to using drugs. And when I start using the drugs, it's just, you know, it's a snowball effect of things that happen. And I just, you know, I need to learn, well, I have learned other ways to cope with those situations when things aren't going my way, or, you know, like, you know, so.
I'm glad you brought up the relationship with your agent and your supervision, because you're right. It's there for accountability. They're there to provide resources, really to help in your success plan, because you do have a history of So falling back into substance abuse and then has led to absconding in the past, right? Not reaching out to your supervision. And if there's one thing we know for sure, it's that absconding and going on the run absolutely has a one-way track to the result that we've seen. So if nothing else, I think that's a lesson in that cycle. And I do encourage you to continue to work on that relationship with supervisors. And it is encouraging it seems like you've been doing that in the institution, building relationships, working on your behavior. So thank you for those comments, and I will note those for the board as well. I did quickly, on OTRAC, on my documents, you don't have any disciplinaries, no pending convictions, anything. It's showing that there's a positive UA from November 17th of 2024. It's showing, I think, a positive for Suboxone on that date, but there is no write-up. I don't show any disciplinary from that. Just wanted to ask you, are you aware of any UA that occurred around that time or what's happening?
Well, so I've had numerous, the whole time I've been down, because when I was out, I had the Sublocade shot, and that will give you a positive for buprenorphine or whatever, because it's basically the Suboxone, but it's a long-term shot. And I tested positive when I was down in purgatory, and it's just continued to kind of happen since I've been incarcerated. But they checked my medical records and saw that, that's the case, that when I was out, when I was in treatment, I got the Sublocade shot.
So then that's why there's no disciplinary,
Yeah.
because it was supported by by the documents. Thank you for that. I'll note that situation for the board. Let me just make sure I take some clear notes on that. Okay. And I've read your written submissions about your release plan. Thank you for providing those as far as treatment, where you plan to live, some plans as far as potential jobs and work training. But wanted to give you an opportunity today. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
So I have a job waiting for me with a company called Big Fin Entertainment. They do the concerts and conventions and all that. They encourage felons. I have a friend that's working there right now. He's already talked to the lady that does the hiring there, and she said, yeah, as soon as he gets out, bring him here, and we can get him on board. I plan on, staying active in the sober community, going to AA meetings, I don't know, and doing whatever is required of me on parole. I have a good house to go to. My girlfriend's pretty much my fiance. We plan on getting married when I get out, and she's got 3 older kids. There's not drugs involved, and she works for American Red Cross. She's a very stable person that for me to be around. Main thing is to stay off of drugs. That this might sound kind of like an oxymoron, but it's pretty simple to stay out of prison as long as I stay off of drugs, because I've never committed a crime or done anything like what in my past when I'm not under the influence of drugs. And I'm just at the point where I'm sick of this lifestyle. I'm sick of the people in here. I'm sick of it all. And it's all I got to do is stay sober. So that's going to be that's my number one. Every day is going to be a footstep in the right direction towards, staying that way. But, I've been sober for 2 years now, so I can't even imagine going back, and another thing is I've really, say I end up getting in a fight with my girlfriend or get myself in a bad situation. I've got a safety net of plans to, resources of sober livings, treatment centers, the home inn, places I can go to get a job, a car, all these resources. And before, I really didn't have those resources. So I've made sure that I have a big network of things that I can do to where I don't have to go back to using drugs and living on the streets.
Well, thank you for your comments today. We're just about out of time. Quickly, are there any other final comments that you'd like to make, that you'd like the board to know about?
Just, I hope that my behavior in here, not having any negative C notes or any write-ups, and the way I've conducted myself is enough to show the board that I really want to get out of here, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes, whatever the board wants me to do, I'll do, and I'm 100% confident that I'll be able to complete parole. I'm 47 years old, and it's just, I'm burned out on this lifestyle.
What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about at today's hearing into that report, and I'm hoping to submit that report to the board tomorrow.
Okay.
From there, the board members will vote. It takes 3 out of 5 to agree, a majority vote on what to do. Once they make that decision, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. Usually it takes a couple weeks. Sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it does take 2 to 4 weeks for that decision to be made. So with that, Mr. Thompson, thank you for being here, participating in today's hearing. Thank you for your written submissions about your plans that you sent to us before the hearing. That really does help in preparing for today. So thank you for that. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
All right, thank you, sir.
You can hear good enough?
Yeah. Okay. This is an original hearing. How do you pronounce your first name?
It's, I go by Shane, but it's LaShaye.
Okay, LaShane Hoops, number 253825. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank
I
you.
do.
Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Okay. As I think you may be aware, that disclosure packet contains the information in your case that the board will be considering as they make a decision after today's hearing. I do want to note, I think yesterday, the Board of Pardons received a sex offense assessment dated December 9th, 2024. It was conducted by a Dr. Chandler.
Yeah.
Did you receive a copy of that document?
No, I did not.
Okay, so I'll provide a summary of what this document says. You do have the right to receive and review this document for today's hearing. If you'd like to, we can postpone the hearing to a future date so that you can get that. Or if you'd like to waive disclosure of this hearing, of this document, we can proceed today with the hearing, and I can discuss it with you if you'd like to.
Yeah,
How would you like to proceed?
Let's review it and then we'll go with it. I think I'm okay though.
Okay, so it says, do you remember, it says you talked to, Dr. Chandler spoke with you in the making this hearing case, so you're aware of that. It goes over your sexual offending history, the attempted lewdness, the felony with a minor under the age of 14, Las Vegas from 2005, the same from 2007. It describes your conversation about those offenses with the evaluator. Says the first in 2005 was, quote, with his 8-year-old daughter, where he engaged in inappropriate touching one time. He was given probation for the offense. His second offense in 2007 was his 12-year-old stepdaughter, which involved a one-time incident of inappropriate touching. He was sentenced to prison for this offense and served 10 years. It says you successfully completed sex offense treatment while incarcerated in Nevada for that 2007 offense. From there, it conducts a risk assessment. using the standard risk assessment tools that the program uses. Those are the static 99R and the stable 2007 assessment tools. Based on those assessment tools, it identifies an average risk of reoffense. It provides percentages that correlate with that risk of offense. 7.5% chance of sexual reoffense, 8.1 for sexual, including sexual breaches. There's various percentages that regard for the chance of recidivism of an individual within the group that you fall into. It says this risk assessment would have been most valid in 2017 when you were released from Nevada State Prison, because that's the date of time is release from custody for the sex offense. It says, as far as recommendations, it notes that you lived in the community for over 6 years after being released from the Nevada State Prison, the Nevada prison sentence, and have not committed another sex offense. It says, generally, because of that, your criminogenic needs should be addressed outside the context of those sex offense assessments. It says your new charges, quote, appear to relate to anger, aggression, poor impulse control, and interpersonal relationship issues. Based on that information, the evaluator recommended that you do not participate in sex offense specific treatment. And based on your new charges, it recommends that you participate in life skills classes, giving examples of unlock thinking, open mind, time out for men, etc. It says these things will address your, quote, the issues, distorted thinking, behavioral management that need to be addressed so that you could have quote, will improve your ability to be successful when you are released back into the community. So that's what is in the assessment. Does that all make sense to you? Do you have questions or concerns about that?
It does, and I agree with the assessment 100%, and that's why I've taken so many of the programs, the commitment to change, the assertiveness and everything that I've done. I'm trying to target it and try to figure out what's going on inside me.
Okay,
So I can change it.
And I don't mean to cut you off. Let's see. So I kind of have just a process for what I'd like to do with today's hearing. I will note that you've waived disclosure of this assessment and you want to proceed with today's hearing today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on top of that, the blue disclosure packet that you did receive, the board will consider that information as well. I have questions about what I'm planning to do is give an overview of your case, kind of the convictions, your sentence, how today's hearing works. We'll go over the facts of what happened in the case that led you to be committed to prison. From there, I'm planning on talking about the period of time that led you to this sentence, what you've been doing in your programs and classes, your plans moving forward, etc. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record. But at this time, part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to state or point out any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure packet we sent to you. Are there any errors or inaccuracies you'd like to discuss at this time?
There is one on the crime-free section.
Crime-free gap of your
I did
guideline?
send a letter asking to go over that, to address it, because it was like it was skipped, and I had 7 years from the time I was released from prison in Nevada until I got my new charges.
You were on parole at the time though, correct, from Nevada? So I believe,
I expired my sentence in February of 2017, but I was on lifetime supervision.
yeah, lifetime supervision. So I believe, I'll check on this tomorrow and make sure it's correct, but I believe the rule there is that because you were on supervision at the time of the offense, that's why that crime period resulted how it was. But I don't have it in front of me right now. If this is satisfactory, I will take a look at that tomorrow. If there's confusion, I'll go to our staff that does this, and if something needs to be changed, I'll have it changed. Is that a sufficient path forward for you?
Yeah, because it was changed my score on my matrix quite a bit.
Okay. I believe, like I said, that because you were on that supervision that you had compacted, I believe that's why it's resulting in the 0 points, but I'll make sure of that. And if it's wrong, I will have it changed. Okay?
I didn't, on the wording on it, I couldn't decipher how it was, because the wording on it is so short.
And that's understandable. The guidelines really can be quite complicated, and our staff knows those guidelines really well. So, but I'll make sure it's correct, and we'll move forward that way if that's okay.
Okay, and and that's the only thing I had a question on. The only thing I needed addressed.
Let me just make sure I make a clear note so I remember to do that. If you just don't mind for a sec. Okay. All right, so it looks like your commitment offense is aggravated assault, felony 3. You're serving a maximum sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. As of now, that sentence will expire on March 20th of 2028. Your guideline calls for 26 months, which would lead to you being released on May 20th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before that date or after that date, and they'll consider all relevant mitigating and aggravating factors as they make that decision. I do note that in October of 2023, the board scheduled today's hearing. They said they expected you to complete or participate in all available domestic violence classes. We'll talk about the programming. I don't think that specifically has been available, but you've done some tablet courses and some other life skills classes, but we'll talk about that in just a minute. So the case we need to talk about is case 2319-00808. March 2023, you assaulted the victim, who I believe was a romantic partner at the time. During the incident, you pushed the victim into a chair, stomped on her feet, and slapped the side of her face. The victim attempted to call your parole officer. I believe you were on parole. They had been compacted to Utah. The report says you slapped the phone out of her hand at that point. It says, quote, you then started to choke her and push her on the bed while still choking her before eventually letting her go. It says that there were multiple children in the general area when this incident did occur. The summary is a bit longer than that, but that's a summary that I provided for today. Is that accurate as to what happened?
As far as the confrontation, yeah, but there was no choking. That was, and I brought that up with my lawyer and in my sentencing and everything. But as far as the confrontation, I admit I did slap her, and there was it got physical, and there was no excuse for it.
So if I'm understanding correctly, that is all accurate that I said, other than you deny that any choking occurred. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And I've read your written submissions about this case. What led to you engaging in this violent behavior?
The relationship, it was a good relationship for a long time, quite a while. And then we allowed other people to get in and influence our relationship, and I started going toxic. And then I was getting ready we was ending the relationship is what I was doing. And I was getting ready to go back to Reno, Nevada. And we had a verbal altercation. We had several before that, and this it got out of hand, and I lost control of my emotions. And I never should have let it go as far as it did, but I do apologize, and unfortunately I can't apologize to her directly and ask her for forgiveness and everything, but because we did have a good relationship for better than 9 months. And we allowed other influences to get involved in our relationship, and it just kind of made it toxic is what it done.
Okay. I do note if you're granted parole, it will almost certainly include domestic violence conditions. Part of that is no contact with the victim unless approved. I do note there's a continuous protective order in the criminal case as well. So obviously violating that would result in a felony charge as well as violation of parole. Are you at this point willing to abide by those conditions?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And I was going to ask some questions about the time leading up to the Utah State Prison with your sentence in Nevada. Is all the information from the SO assessment accurate as to those sentences?
As far as my release? Yes. On the blue
Okay.
packet?
So basically, it describes what happened in those cases, the lewdness cases. Is that accurate? The incidents, the actions that led to those convictions, is that accurate?
Yes.
And you were serving a Nevada State Prison sentence until 2017. Your statement is you have lifetime supervision and you compacted that to Utah. And you were participating in sex offense treatment with Alpha Counseling, is that correct?
It was voluntary. It wasn't part of my interstate compact or anything, but I voluntarily went to the program with Alpha there in Ogden.
Okay.
And I was doing group meetings and one-on-one, but my one-on-one was more based with other issues other than my sex offense.
Okay.
We was going into some of my just anxiety, depression, stuff like that.
Okay. Then, since arriving at the facility, you've completed many life skills classes, communication, anger management, MRT. There's attached to the report I received 4 or 5 pages of different classes you've done on the tablet with domestic violence, substance use, etc. So I have provided in my report that I will submit to the board a complete list of all those things, as well as you wrote a letter talking about those. So I've submitted those, but wanted to give you the chance today to discuss what have you learned in these classes and programs.
The biggest thing I've learned is the way I'm thinking and how I process things. Because before I thought, oh yeah, I got this, I'm okay, and I really wasn't. And to know that I'm not alone, and there is help to help me deal with it. And the process of why I do what I've been doing with as far as my anger issues and any addictions I've had in the past. So, and like I said, I've done a lot of the MRT, all the communication skills has really opened up my mind to, because when I'd done time before in Nevada, I went through some of the programs, but I didn't really apply myself like I should have. And with me doing it here now and trying to understand what's going on with me, I've opened up a whole new world for me that I know how to deal with things differently. I'm at peace with myself, and I've grounded myself to where I've kind of found my center to where I can deal with pretty much any situation now, instead of trying to get out and go home. This time I've trained myself to do everything, get a plan together so I can get out and stay out and be a contributing person to society and be, just be a good, happy person, and not let things get out of hand, and basically is my self-awareness of where I'm at. And I'm doing, like I said, I'm doing the LDS 12-step addiction recovery program right now. It's like the 4th round. I'm just staying in it, and I've been in contact with the church, and they're reaching out to Reno and trying to help me find one there. And then I'm doing AA every week, and I'm almost done with Inside Out Dad right now, another program that I'm almost completed.
Okay. Well, note those comments. I also note you have no disciplinary violations. Housing staff provides a positive report of your behavior and attitude. There's jobs. You've worked various jobs with good ratings, I believe. As a janitor, right? You're a jail janitor now.
Every facility. When I was in Salt Lake Prison, I worked. Gunnison, I had a job there, and here I think it's good for your mind, and it keeps you busy and keeps you positive, and makes you think before you do anything stupid.
Yeah, I agree. I think certainly staying busy and establishing those habits is a positive thing, and certainly encourage you to keep doing that.
It makes me feel better about myself. It gives me a purpose, and helps me strive to be a better person.
I know I've read your written submissions about your release plan. If you're granted parole, you plan to return to Nevada. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, I think they're going to extradite me anyways, but
We have
Yeah.
not received a detainer. That's possible that they would. They have not notified the state of Utah of an intention to do that based on the violations, but that is possible. At this point in time, we have not received notification of that extradition, but, so that's just my comment on that. Sorry to interrupt you, but.
Yeah, I've talked about the caseworker. I've asked him several times, but when I done my pre-sentence report with AP&P, they said Nevada knows I'm here and they do plan on coming to get me, so. And I'm just trying to set up a plan, a positive plan, because I do have a job waiting for me. I have an address there, and I've got a lot of positive people there that are willing to help me out, make sure that I stay on my path. You know, like I said, there's a job waiting for me. My truck's there. I got a Silverado that I just paid off right before I came to prison.
Okay. Well, your written submissions really were pretty thorough. So I've included what you submitted in writing into my report, and I'll include what you've talked about today as far as your release plan. I do note, I think it's possible if you are granted parole, that the Utah parole could include sex offense related conditions, potentially due to that past criminal history. I don't know if the board will order those or not, but that's a possibility. Would you be willing to abide by those conditions if they were ordered?
Well, I have to anyways. I'm on lifetime supervision with Nevada.
Okay.
So, and I'm pretty much 99% sure they're gonna extradite me there back to Nevada, to where I'll have to abide by them and do my check-ins and everything anyways.
Okay. Well, I'll note those comments as well, that those were included in your past supervision and your understanding that you will continue to have that
I'll
moving
just
forward.
continue with what Nevada has.
And if, just so you're familiar and aware though, if the board of pardons grants a Utah parole, there would be a parole agreement in Utah. So there would be the dual supervision
Right.
potentially. And then I think from there, if you were to go back to Nevada, there would just be a matter of communicating the result there, what did end up happening. So I think that's a possibility, but just understanding that those conditions are separate. And then once things are resolved, there could be communication to figure that out.
Okay.
But at this point, we have not received a detainer from Nevada. We don't have any evidence of that. So I don't imagine, I would think if the board grants a release, it would be a parole with Utah conditions. And then if Nevada requests that, an extradition could happen. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
Just all my programming that I've done. I've targeted all my programming based on my current crime and by doing the communications, the relationship, the anger management, substance abuse. And like I said, my clean time, I've been clean since
2006 or so? Okay.
2007 but I'm doing all my programming to maintain all those sober dates. And because I think that's an issue with me is, but I've been clean and sober for so long now that I think I'll be okay. But other than that, like I said, I'm expecting Nevada to extradite me and just maintain my lifetime supervision there. And if Utah wants to do a dual parole, I think I'll be successful with that.
Okay. Okay. What I'll do from here, I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. Hopefully, I'm hoping to do that by tomorrow.
Okay.
There's five members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote, so 3 out of 5 have to agree. Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Sometimes it is a few days. Sometimes it takes a bit longer for that. We'll send it to you, the decision, in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So, Mr. Hoops, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
All right, thank you.
This is an original hearing for Carlos Chaparro, number 138006. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that information, because that's what the board will be considering as they make a decision. I do note, just recently, the board received an amended pre-sentence report in case 2219-00912. That removed a conviction that had been listed. It was taken off from the previous pre-sentence report. It looks like that changed your matrix as far as past person crime points.
Yes, sir.
You now have prior misdemeanor points. I spoke to the head case analyst who does these calculations. She said after those changes being made, the guideline did not actually change the result of the guideline. It stayed the same. I note that I think you wrote a letter about the gap to points, the prior conviction gap points. Yeah, she said there were multiple convictions between your previous prison release and the new offense, which seems to correlate with what I'm viewing in the criminal history. I think there were a few, like 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21 criminal trespass, retail theft. So that's why there were no points for the past gap points. So does that all make sense to you?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
And then just from there, I have, what I'm planning to do is give an overview of your case to start. We'll talk about the sentence, your conviction, how today's hearing works. From there, there's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll talk about what happened in the cases. I'm planning to discuss kind of the period of time that led to this prison sentence being occurring, what you've been doing since arriving at the prison with treatment, classes, your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you state anything else you'd like to. But at this point in time, are there any errors or inaccuracies with your disclosure packet that you want to discuss with me?
No, sir. Everything got fixed. It's just, with those charges that got dismissed, it led me to come to prison instead of giving me probation because the judge didn't catch that. So, it kind of caught me off guard, but I'm glad it got fixed and hopefully I can move on with it. It kind of set me back a little bit. I got denied for Odyssey and it was, got denied to a couple drug programs because they don't accept those kind of people, but now it got fixed, so hopefully I can move on and try to figure things out,
Okay. Well, I'll note those comments you've made about sentencing as well. And as far as what the board will consider, what I've considered in today's hearing, that it's the updated version. So we have that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like your commitment offenses are robbery, felony 2, and burglary, misdemeanor A, and then the criminal mischief, misdemeanor A. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 1 and up to 15 years. As of now, that sentence will expire or end on April 15th, 2037. Your parole guideline calls for 44 months. That guideline would lead to being released on December 15th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before then. After that date, they'll consider all relevant mitigating and aggravating factors in your case as a whole to determine what's appropriate. Looks like this is the first. Now, so in February of 2023, it looks like the board did a smart scheduling order. They scheduled today's hearing. They noted an expectation that you complete substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate, cognitive behavioral therapy, and comply with your case action plan. I think you've done those or are about to complete that treatment, but we'll talk about that in just a few minutes. The first case we need to talk about is case 2219-00912. Looks like January 2022. You entered a Big Smoke store and asked for a pack of cigarettes. The worker asked for your ID. It said at that point your hand was in your pocket and the worker thought you were pointing something at the worker. It says you demanded that the worker give you the money out of the cash register, which I believe was $146 and a pack of cigarettes. I think you left after that happened. You were arrested shortly after this and you were in possession of a pointed screwdriver, $146 and a pack of cigarettes. I note in the past I think you said that you denied you were the one that committed this robbery in the past in the pre-sentence report. Did the events happen as I just summarized them? Is that accurate?
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
What do you mean somewhat? Did you go into this store and point something through your pocket and demand the money from the register? Was that you that did that?
Yeah, I didn't have nothing in my pocket though, but yeah, I take responsibility for that.
So you didn't have anything in your pocket?
No, I didn't have a screwdriver or nothing. That's why I took the plea deal they gave me. It was attempted aggravated burglary. Now, I don't know why they have it as a robbery, but I wasn't trying to get a robbery charge because I think a robbery would be like more physical. But I do take responsibility for, you know.
If I'm understanding you correctly, everything in that summary is accurate except you deny that you were using some sort of weapon or a threat of weapon while you did it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't have, yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments on that case. I'll note those for the board. The second case, case 2219-09119, April 2022, officers responded to a break-in, I believe at a bank. You were arrested nearby. A window had been broken with a rock. Someone had entered. I think there was food left in a public area. Someone had walked through the teller area and a tablet had been taken. I think you denied that you broke the window, but you said you entered to use the restroom. I think you said that someone else told you that you could go in and you thought the person maybe owned the building. It said you had in your possession several checks that had been deposited at that bank. When booked into the jail, you had several personal checks and business checks that appeared to have been processed from the bank as well. I guess, did you break the window of this building?
No, I didn't break the window, but I did go in there. It was already busted out. I don't know what I was under the influence, but I take responsibility for that. I did go in there and whatever I had in my pocket. Yeah.
So you went in, you took those things, you were under the influence. What had you been using at the time?
Meth. I was on meth. Well, I've been up for days, but I was high like a week ago, but I've been up for about a week, so I wasn't really thinking right or anything, But yeah, I did do that.
Okay. I think the court in that case ordered about $1,600 in restitution on behalf of the bank. Have you paid any restitution on that at all?
No, I talked to the court and the judge. The judge, they said as soon as I get paroled or whatever, that they'll take it to collections, and I got to talk to them when I get out.
Yeah. And that's already been done. It was already sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. So it sounds like you're willing to pay that. Is that correct?
Yeah,
that was on payments with that.
Yes, sir. That was part of the plea agreement that I worked for that windows.
Okay. All right. So I was looking at your history. I think you terminated your most recent prison commitment. So you got out April 2016. From there, I think you had misdemeanor convictions about every year, drug possession, criminal trespass, I think one retail theft. Then these new cases happened in 2022, and you were committed to prison without probation. I guess over the years, it seems like you've kind of fallen back into a similar pattern of behavior at times with substance abuse, and then the other criminal behavior has followed from there, and the results, what we've seen. Jeff, have you gained any insight into that past cycle? What's led to you not being able to change that?
Yeah, I've noticed the cycle, like you said. I've just been doing those small crimes and leading up to more bigger crimes just from substance abuse. But now that I had time to think about things, I had a little accident. I got ran over. I've been hospitalized, and now that I've been doing the programs and stuff, this is the first time I've ever done substance abuse treatment and all the stipulations the board ever asked for me ever since my 99. And yeah, I think it's just I think it's just I'm getting too old for it. That's why I started doing my programming and just trying to get some out of it, use some tools.
Yeah.
When I get out, I'm trying to get into sober living. Which one? The Other Side Academy. I'm waiting for them to do my interview here in a couple days. So I
Okay.
was just having a little problem with it because of the charges that got dismissed. They don't accept those kinds of charges. So I had to get that fixed up through the caseworker. So as soon as I get the interview, it's like a 30-month program. So if I do get paroled, I'll be going to Other Side Academy for 30 months.
Okay.
So that's my whole plan right now.
I'm familiar with Other Side Academy and the program, so I'll note that plan that you have and thoughts on it. And thank you for bringing that up because, you've successfully completed MRT twice. You're in the substance use treatment program. We received a letter, I believe, from the licensed clinician there in the county jail. It's a positive letter. It says that you've been participating in that treatment program. You've done the journaling, the CBI, relapse prevention, MRT. Looking at your file, in your past prison sentences, I think there's 5 commitments. This is the first time there's been documented success in treatment or classes, and that's an accomplishment right there that I think should be recognized. So, congratulate you for that success in your programs. And that's a big change, I think, being able to get through those programs, the evidence-based risk reduction that comes from that. What's helped you this time to engage in those things and make it positive?
Just family support, getting closer with my family and finally being truthful with myself, knowing that I do have a problem and that I need to address it, and just need to get whatever help I could get and just work from there, because if not, then I'm just going to keep going through the same path of life, and I don't want that. I can't afford to do all that with my injury and getting old. My mom's getting old, and it's time for me to try to get into the community and try to at least do something with myself,
Okay.
Yeah, because.
And I think because the letter I reviewed says you're scheduled to complete the program a week from so December 19th. So within the next couple weeks, is that still correct?
Yes, sir.
If the board after today's hearing grants a parole and you do complete that treatment program, you'd be entitled to a time cut. So just make sure to communicate with your case manager or the program folks to get that submitted to the board, because you would be entitled to that if that's the outcome of the hearing. If you get a parole, once we receive that, you get the 4-month time cut, okay?
Okay.
Looks like you received, you have 1 disciplinary. It occurred about 2 years ago in December 2022. It was a BO7. I think it says you and your cellmate didn't stand and state your name during stand-up count. Is that accurate? What happened in this incident?
Well, they were doing count, and I was on the top bunk, and the officer was in a rush to get through there, and I don't have a femur. I got an accident where I have a rods right here, and my pelvis is broken, so I can't stand up that quick, and he just took off on me and just rolled us up. I try to appeal it. I try to ask him to check the what is it called, the cameras, because up there's the cameras are right bar of the room, antelope, and he did that, but he said he wasn't able to see inside the cell good enough, so I got found guilty and had to pay $70 fine. But to me, I'm not trying to make any excuses. I was on the top bunk. I was trying to get down fast enough, but he just put a refusal on there, I don't know about my cellie. I don't know what. He just wrote both of us up.
I'll note your comments on that incident. I do note the institutional progress report lists various jobs. I think a unit worker, for about 4 months in 2023 with good ratings. Jail kitchen for about 8 months in 2024 with a good rating. Housing staff there in the county jail provides a positive report of your behavior and attitude. So I'll note that for the board. You've talked a little bit about your release plan with the Other Side Academy program. You wrote your written submissions to us were pretty thorough. Thank you for that. It helps when I'm preparing for the hearing to have that to read and kind of familiarize myself with. So thanks for doing that. But wanted to give you the opportunity if you have any other comments about your release plan.
No, I just would like to say, that, hopefully that you can take me serious, that if, like you said, you've seen all my past previous convictions. I've never really put any time and effort into trying to do something for myself. And I just hope that you see that I really am. I'm not giving you any lies or anything. I took responsibility for my crime. I know it was wrong. And hopefully I can get a date soon so I can be out with my family and complete this Other Side Academy and get a little bit of treatment and get back on my feet, while I'm in there. It's going to be like a 30-month program. So it'll give me a stable environment like here, where I can be able to function, properly without having to go out to nothing and probably run around with old friends and stuff like that. I need to be in an environment like that. So, something positive where I could go to do my classes, look for a job and stuff like that,
Okay. I did want to check with you really quickly. The pre-sentence report says that you told the investigators you had a diagnosis of schizophrenia from when you were a teenager. In your current, I don't know that in past reports. I didn't see that in past reports. Currently in your written submissions, you do not state any diagnosis or treatment. Have you been diagnosed with a mental illness at any time?
Well, when I went to juvenile prison in Colorado, called Lookout Mountain, for menacing with a deadly weapon. But when I was there, I got diagnosed as a slightly paranoid schizophrenia. But I think it might have been from all the marijuana and stuff I was using, and I really never took any medication for anything like that. But that's what the doctor said I had. It was slightly paranoid schizophrenia, and that was it.
And
Nothing.
since then, you're not taking any medications right now?
No, sir.
And you're able to do the program and the classes and go to all your classes, do your job without any symptoms. Is that correct right now?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So how's your mental health recently?
My mental health right now, it's recently, it's been good. It's been good. I know I can focus better and think straight, now that I'm not under the influence, and I've been able to stop and think about situations now, and I've been taking a big step just to slow down and think, that's why I'm like, man, I better do these programs. I gotta start changing, So hopefully I can just keep it up. I'm pretty sure I can, as long as I have a nice little support system around me,
Okay.
And then the main thing that was holding me back was my friends and my being involved in the gang and stuff. That's what changed as well,
And you're no longer active, correct?
No, I'm no longer active.
Okay. And that's why you're in the program there in Uintah County, correct? Is that kind of what it's designed for?
Yeah, that's what it's designed for.
Okay. Well, you've answered the questions I have for you. Are there any other, anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, just that, just to take my truthfulness into consideration, and I just thank you guys for understanding, And thank you for noticing my efforts,
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll include what you and I talked about today into that report. And I'll submit that to the members of the board. I'm hoping to submit that by tomorrow. There's 5 board members. They make decisions by majority vote. That usually takes between 2 to 4 weeks is what we say. Sometimes it takes a few days, but sometimes it does take up to 4 weeks. Once a decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So, Mr. Chaparro, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
This is an original hearing for Nathan STIRDIVANT. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
All right, number 225037, is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah, I did.
So that disclosure packet, that's the information that the board will consider as they vote and make a decision on your case after today's hearing. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to state or identify any errors or inaccuracies with that information before they make that decision. I've prepared, basically my plan is to give an overview of your case. I think there's 5 separate cases in which you were committed to prison. I'm planning to briefly talk about what happened in those cases. From there, I'm planning to talk about, what led us to this point, what you've been doing recently and your plans for the future. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record. But before we move forward, are there any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure packet that you want to discuss with me?
No, it was pretty on the money.
Okay.
Good, yeah.
All right. Well, if anything comes to mind, please note it so I can relay that to the board. So it looks like your commitment offenses are 3 counts of possession or use of a controlled substance, felony 3, possession or use of a controlled substance, misdemeanor A, and theft by deception, misdemeanor A. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years. That sentence as of now will expire. Expire means end. That will expire on January 18th, 2029. Your parole guideline calls for 14 months incarceration. That guideline passed on November 6th of 2024. Obviously, the board's not bound by the guideline. They can release you at any point in time during that sentence. What they'll do is consider your case as a whole with all aggravating factors and mitigating factors, including the guideline, the sentences, et cetera, to make a decision after today's hearing. Looks like in April of 2024, the board scheduled today's hearing. That was on a scheduling review. They said they expected you to participate in substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate, otherwise comply with your case action plan and have no disciplinary violations. I think in August of 24, it looks like they said a paper review because there was a pending case that was from prior to you arriving at prison. It was pending at that time. I think that was closed with credit for time served in September 2024. So that leads us to today. All right, the first case is case 221903599. It's like November 2022, you went into a retail store, took items valued at about $80, returned one of those items, receiving a gift card, and then left without paying for the other item. about a month and a half later, you were arrested and you admitted to that theft later on that later date. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yeah, it is.
The next case, 2219-03591, December 2022. You're a passenger during a traffic stop. Looks like you were a suspect in the previous case, so they noticed you at that time. Officers did. You had, looks like foil in a pipe, methamphetamine pipe, and tinfoil with heroin residue. On your way to the jail, it looks like you took off a sock in your shoe, and where you had been sitting, a pill, a roxycodone pill was there, so that must have been in your shoe or sock. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Next case, 2319-02760, September 2023. A vehicle, you were the front passenger in a vehicle, a canine indicated positive on the vehicle. You consented to a search of your person. You were in possession of, looks like, fentanyl. You admitted to a piece of tinfoil with burnt residue that you told officers was fentanyl. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yes, sir.
Next case, 2319-02736, September 24th, 2023. Looks like you were in the roadway, causing a traffic hazard. Said you were reported to have been throwing items from your bag. Officers contacted you. You're on probation. Warrants were out for your arrest. You had drug paraphernalia and fentanyl on your person. You admitted to smoking, using daily at that time. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yeah, it is.
Next case, 2419-00206, January 19th, 24. You were on probation. Officer stopped you. They contact your probation officer. You had drug paraphernalia. You admitted to using at that time. You told officers about the paraphernalia and drugs on your person, which were found. And you admitted to recent use at the time of this incident. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yeah.
I know only one of the cases included a restitution order. I think it was about $81 in the retail theft case. It was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection as a civil judgment. Have you paid on that restitution at all?
I wasn't able to pay on any of it because of the fact of all those prior cases. Just in my addiction, I never got around to it, and yeah.
So that's there. It's with the Office of State Debt Collection. Are you willing to pay restitution moving forward?
Yeah, of course.
And how that would work is, you know, if you were granted parole, talking to your agent, reaching out to the Office of State Debt Collection, generally they can set up payment plans or however you'd like to do that. I'd encourage you to do that. Certainly the board will consider, they by statute always consider whether restitution has been paid or if you are willing to pay that moving forward. Looking at your history, you're on probation for a period of about 2 years. Seemed like substance abuse at times. There were periods of time, it's like absconding, so not going to appointments. Seemed like you were dealing with not having a residence of record as well at Lantern House for a period of time. Obviously, this behavior, it seemed like you weren't able to stop this cycle of behavior while you were on probation, which led us to this point of time. But I think in your written submissions, you talk about really your thought is needing stability. So living a transitive lifestyle, falling back into your addictions, which led to the downhill and continue with this behavior. Do you have any further insight as far as probation? The reason I ask about this, you know, you're over guideline at this point. If you're granted parole, it's very similar to probation, right? You need to maintain a residence of record, a job, be engaged in some sort of productive behavior classes, programs, report as directed, obviously, maintain sobriety, take appropriate steps to address those things as they come up. So if you're granted parole, what do you think needs to change so that you can achieve a different result?
Just basically everything, man. My whole lifestyle in general. My plans are I don't have an address, so I plan on going to the halfway house. And then from that point forward, going to a sober living and following the steps that they provide.
Okay.
And just completely washing my hands of all of the people I've ever hung out with that I thought were my friends and but really just drug addicts too, you know?
Okay. When's the last time you used drugs or alcohol?
The night I got arrested.
That was, let's see,
January 19th.
January 19th, 24.
Yeah, I've been sober since, so
Yeah, so that most recent, the case closed case, January 2024 retail theft, that was the arrest and you haven't used since then?
yeah.
Okay. What's helped you avoid, since you've been incarcerated? Obviously, you know, sometimes we see that substance abuse occurs in the facilities. What's helped you avoid that since you've been down?
Honestly, I just think coming to prison kind of opened my eyes a lot. And I've been able to really give my whole life just really being able to think of all the fuck ups I did and where it led me and all that stuff, you know, something I never want to experience again. That's for sure.
Okay. Looks like you recently started MRT in the substance use treatment program.
Yeah.
What have you been doing in classes in those programs? What have you learned?
I've learned a lot actually about, well, in MRT, I only got 4 steps left. So I'll be done with that. And December 28th will be my final one there. But I just been learning a lot about like the trauma in my life and what it's led to and just little tools and coping skills I'm able to use to help with that substance use.
Okay. All right, so your plan, December 28th, if you keep progressing in MRT. Obviously, it's up to the board whether they'll require you to complete MRT or substance use treatment or whatever it is. Just to
Yeah.
have the information, is that Washington program, the substance use treatment, is that a year program or 8 months or how long is that?
I think it's 6 months.
6 months, so it's like, it's the intensive outpatient?
Yeah.
Okay. The institutional progress report, so it was on the 7th of November, it was created, it said you're on the wait list for a job in the kitchen. Have you gotten a job at this point?
I've still been waiting to this day to get into the kitchen. Kind of sucks, but I'm being patient about it.
Housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude. So do you do classes every day with MRT and substance use treatment, or what does your day-to-day look like?
Well, I do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's cognitive behavioral, and then seeking safety class in that too, and then MRT on Saturdays.
Okay.
And then I'm also doing like a substance abuse packet, like a 50-page one throughout the whole thing too.
Okay. So you have on the Thursday, Friday, there's things you're working on, like as you're in your cell or at the housing unit?
Yeah, yes. So when I was in R&O in the prison, I was trying to get into a program and whatever first thing, and then there was a big waiting list, and then I ended up getting countied out. And so I came to this county, they didn't even have a program here at the time. And so I just was waiting, and they finally opened one up in October. So I kind of got a late start, but
yeah,
I did my part of trying to, you know.
Did you do like tablet work or anything during R&O and before,
Yeah,
as you got into it? What other tablets and other things have you done?
There was like all these little steps and stuff on the tablet in the prison. Yeah, I was doing that.
Okay.
I did a life skills class. I finally got enrolled to that, but I was only 2 weeks in and they IPP'd me out.
Okay. All right, well, note your comments on that, and certainly the board will consider your case as a whole to determine what's appropriate. They certainly could require a program completion prior to release. There's other options of a potential halfway house placement, private facility, et cetera. So it sounds like I've reviewed your written submissions. Thank you for they're thorough as far as what you plan to do, and that packet was well done and thought out. So thank you for doing that. It helps me as I'm preparing for the hearing, but want to give you a chance. If you're granted parole, what would it look like? Where would you live, work, any treatment you'd like to do, et cetera?
Well, I'd have to go to the halfway house. I'm hoping it'd be Nuke in my hometown of Ogden, and then do their
stability program, stabilization. And then after that, I plan on going to this program called Stepping Stones. It's a 90-day inpatient, and they let you go to work and stuff and save up money. And they have all the programming there too, like classes, and you're in a sober environment. And then after that, I'm going to go to this sober living called, I forgot what it was called.
Keystone?
Yeah, Keystone.
That's a sober living that after you do the residential portion, you'd like to go to the sober living. Okay.
Yes.
I read your written submissions about family or contacts that have been successful in kind of trying to emulate that. So I'll note
Yeah.
that for the board as well. Are you active STG?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If you're granted parole, it may include gang conditions, which would require you to not associate with known gang members, be involved in gang-related activity, be in possession of gang-related materials. I read your written comments about, let's see, contacts, et cetera, your comments regarding the gang involvement. Would you be willing and able to comply with gang conditions if you're granted parole?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Have you ever, as far as mental health, I don't show that there's any diagnosis or history of taking medication or mental health treatment. Have you ever received a mental health diagnosis?
I haven't, sir.
Yeah, never taken medications or done specific treatment for that?
No.
And how's your mental health right now?
I think it's pretty, I'm pretty sane, you know, and level-headed. Like, I do got some depression or whatever, but other than that, I think I'm pretty headstrong.
And how do you cope with when you have symptoms of depression? What do you do to cope with that?
I kind of just talk to people about it and not leave shit bottled up. And yeah, there's a few different things I use. Music, I read the Bible, just different stuff like that.
Okay. Well, those are the questions I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
No, I think it had everything that you brought up.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. Again, thank you for your written submissions. It helps as I'm preparing to have that and be able to read it and come prepared as well to discuss it with you. I'll include what you and I talked about at today's hearing in that report, and then I'll submit it to the members of the board. I'm hoping to do that by tomorrow.
Okay.
There's five board members, and they make decisions by a majority vote.
Yeah.
Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks. It can be just a few days before they make the decision, but sometimes it does take up to a few weeks. Once the decision's made, we'll send it to you in writing.
Okay.
Through the mail, and then it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website for anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, thank you for being here and answering discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
I guess I have one little question.
Yeah, go ahead, please. It's your time.
So since I'm gonna be going to all this programming and stuff when I do get out, what are the chances you think they won't make me finish the program in here? Like, I participated in all that stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, that's consistent with my understanding. You've done your part to get into a program, get into classes as needed. There's nothing, it's not like your behavior or your refusal is doing that. The best I'm going to be able to do today is state that the board will consider that as they're making a decision. But I've been instructed to not state on the record what my recommendation will be, because I'm not a board member and they will be voting. So I don't want to set any sort of expectation for you, but I'll submit that report by tomorrow, and then the board members will vote on and you'll get that decision within the next couple of weeks. So that's how we'll proceed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to state or any questions?
No, that was it.
Okay. Well, with that, thank you again for being here, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it Mr. TOME-POXTON?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think we have an interpreter, hopefully.
Yeah, I asked him for one, so.
Yeah. We'll just, hopefully they arrive, and once they get here, we'll. Okay. Do we have the interpreters with us? You just need to unmute your microphone. And is it Mr. TOME-POXTON? Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, it's me.
Okay. Again, if the interpreter, do you know the name? If Luis Moreno, if you can hear us, you just need to unmute your microphone. Okay. We're just gonna wait, Mr. TOME-POXTON. Hopefully we get the interpreter with us.
Okay.
Stand up and stretch. This is an original hearing for Israel TOME-POXTON, number 234634. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
We want to, Luis, just translate that so we have it on the record.
Yes, I got the numbers as 234624. Is that correct, sir?
234634. Yeah.
Okay, estamos aquí para tener una audiencia en el caso de Israel TOME-POXTON, el caso número 234624. ¿Es usted?
Sí.
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning, and I'll be conducting today's hearing.
Mi nombre es Scott Manning y yo voy a conducir esta audiencia hoy.
I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in.
Vamos a tomar testimonio de usted. Levante la mano derecha, por favor.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
¿Jura que el testimonio que va a dar es la verdad y toda la verdad?
Sí, toda la verdad.
Yes, all the truth.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gracias.
Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
¿Le han avisado al menos con una semana de anticipación de esta audiencia?
No. Yo nada más sabía que tenía un hearing now en este mes, pero no tenía ni el día ni la fecha.
I wasn't aware of the date or time. I knew I had a hearing this month, but I wasn't aware of date or time.
Okay. You have the right to 7 days notice of a specific date and time. If you
Usted
If
tiene
you want-
derecho,
Yeah.
usted tiene derecho a que le notifique con 7 días de anticipación antes de una audiencia.
If you want to, we can postpone the hearing to a later date so that you can receive that notice.
Si gusta, podemos postergar la audiencia para darle tiempo que usted reciba esa notificación.
Or if you're willing to waive that right, we can proceed today. how would you like to proceed?
O si usted está dispuesto a eximir esa espera, podemos proceder hoy día.
Podemos proceder hoy día.
We can proceed today. That's okay.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet and have a chance to
Yes.
review it?
¿Ha recibido un paquete azul, con un folder azul?
Ajá, aquí lo tengo conmigo.
¿Lo ha revisado?
Sí.
Okay.
He received it and I received it and I have reviewed it.
So I'm planning to go over with you some of that information.
Voy a repasar con usted algo de esa información.
I'm planning to go over your conviction, sentence, your guidelines, a bit how today's hearing
Vamos a hablar
hearing
acerca
works.
de las acusaciones que se le están haciendo y cuáles son las normas de las cuales se guía este proceso.
I plan to discuss with you what happened in the case in which you were committed to prison.
Planeo discutir con usted, conversar con usted acerca de lo que ocurrió, que originó que lo envíen a prisión.
I plan to discuss with you any classes or treatment that you've been engaging in.
Voy a conversar con usted acerca de cualquier clase que haya, o cursos que haya tomado usted durante este tiempo.
And I plan to also, I will allow you at the end of the hearing to state on the record anything else you'd like to.
Y también le voy a permitir al final de esta audiencia que usted dé una manifestación acerca de lo que quiera decir.
But one of the purposes of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors in that disclosure packet.
Uno de los propósitos de la audiencia de hoy es que usted pueda decirnos si es que hay algún error en el paquete de documentos que le hemos
recibido.
Así es.
Because that's the information the board will be considering.
Porque esa es la información que el comité va a considerar.
Do you have any errors or inaccuracies from that information that you'd like to discuss with me right now?
¿Ha notado algo incorrecto en la información que he recibido que quisiera discutir conmigo ahora?
No, señor.
No.
All right. I do note as well, or excuse me, your commitment offenses are 2 counts of attempted rape of a child, felony 1.
Tiene 2 acusaciones de intento de violación de un menor, felonía número 1.
You are serving a sentence of between 15 years and up to life in prison.
Usted está sirviendo una pena de entre 15 y pena de por vida en prisión.
Based on my calculations, the legal minimum sentence will pass on September 6th of 2032.
De acuerdo a los cálculos que yo hago, esa sentencia va a pasar en el 6 de septiembre del año 2032.
That's the minimum sentence.
Ese es el tiempo mínimo de sentencia.
Your parole guideline calls for
Yeah.
211 months.
Las normas para su parol cuentan, did you say 211 months?
211.
Son 211 meses de prisión que usted tiene que estar.
That would lead to you being released on October 31st of 2034.
Por lo tanto, usted podría salir en prisión el 21 de octubre del año 34.
The board is not bound by the guideline, and they will consider all relevant factors to decide the appropriateness of a release and the timing of any such release.
La Corte no se tiene que ceñir a esas fechas. Ellos van a determinar el tiempo que ellos consideren conveniente para usted.
Okay.
I do note that we received a federal detainer from Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
También hemos recibido una petición de deportación de migraciones.
It says that probable cause exists that you are, quote, a removable alien and subject to deportation proceedings.
Se determina que usted, es probable que usted sea determinado que usted tenga que ser deportado.
Sí.
Any release from state prison will be made to the federal authorities.
O sea, cuando lo liberen de la prisión del Estado, se lo van a entregar a migraciones autoridades federales.
The case we need to talk about is case 171903736.
Vamos a hablar acerca del caso número 171903736.
Between October 6, 2016 and March 2017,
Entre octubre del 2016 y marzo del 2017,
You sexually abused your 13-year-old stepdaughter on 3 separate occasions.
Usted abusó en 3 ocasiones diferentes de su sobrina de 13 años.
On each of those 3 occasions, you touched the victim's vagina and penetrated her vagina with your penis.
Da un momento, un segundo, no fue mi sobrina, fue mi hijastra, stepdaughter.
It was my stepdaughter.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Y eso es lo que entiendo. Sí.
Okay.
Fue su hijastra.
Sí.
Yes, it was my stepdaughter.
And on each of those 3 occasions, you touched the victim's vagina and penetrated her vagina with your penis.
En esas 3 oportunidades, usted tocó a la niña, a la vagina de la niña y la penetró sexualmente.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Y de verdad me avergüenza mucho por todo lo que ha pasado. En verdad pido disculpas.
I do feel regret of everything that has occurred, and I offer an apology.
What led to you sexually abusing this victim?
¿Qué es lo que lo motivó a abusar sexualmente de la víctima?
En eso me he preguntado tantas veces, no tengo la respuesta correcta para poder, ¿cómo se dice? Responder.
It's hard for me to respond. I have asked myself about the same question several times, and I don't have an answer to that.
Pero yo acepto toda la responsabilidad.
But I do accept the
Acepto
responsibility,
toda la responsabilidad, de verdad. Y de verdad lo lamento mucho.
and I do regret it.
Are you willing to pay any restitution that you owe or that is ordered?
¿Está usted de acuerdo a pagar cualquier restitución respecto a este caso?
¿Qué significa eso?
What does that mean?
So payments to be made for damages or costs incurred by the
I
victim?
got it now. O si tuviera dinero, sí.
If I have the money, I will,
I don't have money.
but I don't.
Tengo un trabajo, pero es muy poquito lo que gano.
I do have a job, but I earned very little money.
Okay. I'm not aware of any restitution that has been ordered, but if it were to be requested, that is a possibility. So I will note your willingness.
Yeah.
So, no estoy al tanto de que le hayan pedido algún tipo de indemnización por el daño, pero si fuese ese el caso, ¿estaría usted dispuesto a pagar?
Sí, pues sí, daría un esfuerzo o ver la manera de cómo pagar.
Yes, I will make an effort to honor the fine.
So since arriving at the facility in 2017, you successfully completed MRT and Inside Out Dad.
Yes.
Desde que usted entró, usted ha completado MRT, and what's the second one?
Inside Out Dad.
Inside Out Dad.
Sí, señor, y completé mi high school.
Yes, sir, and I also completed my high school.
Correct. What have you learned in those classes you've taken?
¿Qué ha aprendido en esas clases que ha tomado?
Bueno, he aprendido mucho a respetar las cosas y a ser una mejor persona.
I have learned how to show respect for things and to become a better person.
Excuse me.
Salud. God bless you.
Certainly in this case, with the offenses involved, have you gained any insight into how to change that behavior relevant to what occurred in the case that's led us here?
¿Ha aprendido usted cómo desviar, distraer esas intenciones relacionadas con el caso que lo tiene prisionero ahora?
A ver, repíteme otra vez.
Que si ha aprendido usted cómo evitar que ocurran estas cosas que lo tienen prisionero ahora.
Sí, claro que sí. Ahora veo las cosas diferentes. Ahora no quiero cometer ni otro grave error, porque de verdad, como lo digo, sí, cometí un error y lo acepto.
I'm aware of the mistake that I committed, and I know now that I have to stay away of committing this same mistakes.
And I asked you earlier what led to you engaging in this behavior. Do you have any insight into the risk factors, factors that led to this behavior occurring? How you can address those things at all?
O sea, le pregunté temprano qué cosa era lo que había aprendido usted y ahora quiero que usted me comente si usted sabe que did you ask if he knows or
Earlier, I asked what caused you to engage in this behavior, and he said he does not know. So in your classes, part of treatment is understanding what led to the behavior that we're talking about, how to go about addressing the risk factors related to that. Does he have any insight into that? What led to the behavior, how it can be addressed?
So, cuando le pregunté temprano si usted podía decirnos qué es lo que había causado que usted se comportase de esa manera. Ahora que usted ha tomado las clases, ¿entiende usted, puede usted identificar las causas que le motivaron a cometer este error y podría usted identificarlas y bloquearlas para que no ocurran? Quisiera que usted me comentase algo acerca de esto.
Sí, como le acabo de decir, yo estoy mejor ahora. Yo no.
As I told you, I'm doing better now.
Yo sé que cometí un error y sé
I am
que
aware
no
of
va
the
a
mistakes
volver a pasar.
I did, and I know that's not going to happen again.
Okay.
Porque he aprendido mucho en mi encierro y yo sé que cometí un error y siempre me lo pregunto a mí mismo por qué lo hiciste. Si no
I
tengo
know
todas
that I
las
have committed mistakes, and I always ask to myself, why did I do it? Why did I do it?
Y yo me arrepiento todos los días porque
I
es
feel repented every
a
day.
mis hijas y a mi familia, no solo a mis hijas, sino
I'm missing my
mi familia,
children, my
toda
daughters,
mi familia.
and my whole family in general.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. Sometimes with the language barrier, it takes some time to communicate. So thank you for being patient with me because I really am interested in your comments about this behavior. I think this is a serious thing we're talking about. So thank you for being patient with me.
Muchas gracias por ser tan paciente con nosotros. Yo sé que esto es algo, a veces esto es un poquito difícil poder superar las barreras del idioma para poder expresar lo que queremos, lo que decimos. Gracias por su paciencia.
No, está bien.
I know, are you willing to do any treatment that the board orders, including sex offense specific treatment?
¿Está dispuesto usted a seguir algún tipo de tratamiento si el panel así lo pide, incluyendo tratamiento para comportamiento sexual?
Sí, claro que sí, que es el que le llaman el SOTP. Claro que yo estoy dispuesto a hacerlo.
Yes, of course, I'm willing to do that, and he gave an acronym for that program.
SOTP. We've not received yet a sex offense assessment. It's possible that the board would order one at some point in the future. Would you be willing to participate in such an assessment?
No hemos recibido todavía la evaluación de comportamiento sexual. ¿Estaría usted dispuesto a participar?
Sí, señor. Claro
Yes.
que sí.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. I do.
Just so you're aware, it's possible that the board could simply order a certain type of treatment or not, or order that you participate in an assessment. They'll make that decision really after today's hearing.
So, después de esta audiencia es el comité quien va a decidir pedirle que se haga o que no se haga algún tipo de tratamiento de este tipo.
Ok, pero igual, como dije, si me pide que lo hagan, yo lo voy a hacer.
I will follow whatever they want me to do, I will.
Okay.
Solo que lo voy a pedir en español, pero claro que lo voy a hacer.
I might ask it in Spanish, but I will do it.
Okay. I know you don't have any disciplinary violations and housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude.
Veo que no tiene medidas disciplinarias y el personal de cuidadores no han hecho comentarios negativos respecto a usted.
No, para mí soy una buena persona aquí dentro. No me gusta causar problemas.
I'm a good person
Estoy
here
haciendo
inside.
mi tiempo.
I like to
y
stay away from
trabajando.
trouble. I'm just doing my time and working.
Okay. We received a letter from the jail staff in the kitchen stating that you're a good worker in the kitchen currently, and you've had various other jobs as well. I'll note that.
Sí, tengo comentarios aquí de personal de la cocina que hacen comentarios favorables para usted y además que usted está haciendo otras cosas también, ¿no?
Sí.
If you're granted parole, if and when you're granted parole, what would your plan be?
Si le otorgan la libertad condicional, ¿cuál es su plan?
Mi plan, como plan para salir de este lugar y buscar un trabajo, buscar un lugar donde vivir.
Well, I will have to first at all leave this place and then look for a job and look for a place where to live.
Y pues cuidarme a mí mismo.
And take care of myself.
Okay. If you are granted parole, it will include immigration conditions.
Si es que le otorgan la libertad condicional, va a incluir condiciones de migraciones.
That includes 1, submit to ICE authorities for deportation proceedings.
Eso incluye presentarse a migraciones para procedimientos de deportación.
2, if deported, do not remain in or return to Utah or the United States without lawful permission.
2, si es que usted es deportado, ya no puede regresar a Estados Unidos y mucho menos a Utah.
No está
Without
bien.
lawful permission.
Pues sin un permiso legal.
And number 3,
No pretendo regresar si me deportan.
I'm not planning on coming back if I'm deported.
and if 3, if not deported, report to adult probation and parole within 48 hours for imposition of additional parole conditions.
Y 3, si es que no lo deportan, usted tiene que reportarse con la Oficina de Libertad Condicional para someterse a las restricciones que ellos le impongan.
It sounds like you've said that you're willing to abide by those conditions.
Yes.
Entiendo que usted está de acuerdo en aceptar esas condiciones, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever received any diagnosis of a mental illness or mental health condition?
¿Ha recibido usted algún diagnóstico de alguna condición médica?
No.
Are you taking any medications currently?
¿Toma algún medicamento actualmente?
Solo ibuprofen o Tylenol. Mi casa ha tenido 2 cirugías hace muchos tiempos atrás en la rodilla y a veces me duele. Es todo lo que he tomado nomás.
I'm just taking over-the-counter medication here, and I sometimes experience a little bit of discomfort due to a couple of surgeries that I had in the past.
Okay. Well, those are the questions I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
Esas son todas las preguntas que tengo para usted. ¿Hay algo que quiera usted agregar para que sepa el Comité de Libertad Condicional?
No, solo como dije antes, de verdad les pido disculpas, señores, y al estado de Utah porque sé que cometí un grave error.
Well, mainly I want to again apologize to you and to the state of Utah because I'm aware of the big mistake I did.
Y es todo lo que puedo
That's pretty
decir.
much all I have to say.
Y acepto toda la responsabilidad.
And I take and I assume all the responsibility in my acts.
If you've said you're sorry to the state of Utah and to me personally, do you have any comments about your thoughts on the impact on the victim and any thoughts you have on that?
Usted está expresando su preocupación por el estado de Utah y con nosotros. ¿Tiene usted algo que decir a las víctimas?
Pues sí, me siento mal porque pues, yo no
Pues
sé
yes.
cómo está. Espero que ella esté bien y todo eso. De verdad,
I feel bad. I hope she's doing okay.
yo no sé si podría hablar de eso, pero de verdad, ojalá que algún día pueda perdonarme la familia. Y,
I wish
me siento muy mal.
I wish one day the family will be able to forgive me.
Yeah, certainly victim contact would not be appropriate, but I was asking if you have any insight or thoughts about the impact your actions have had on the victim or the individuals in the crime, not necessarily Utah, but any contact with victims would not be appropriate under any circumstances unless approved by supervisors. So you understand.
Ningún tipo de comunicación o de contacto con la víctima va a ser aprobado a menos que haya una aprobación legal. Pero quiero saber si usted ha pensado acerca de esto.
That was my question. I just wanted to make sure we're communicating correctly with that question. Sorry about
Contactar con
that.
la víctima, no, yo no tengo contacto.
Okay.
I do not have any contact with the victim.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Well, those are the questions I have to you. Do you have any other final comments or questions or concerns that you'd like us to know about?
¿Tiene algún comentario final, alguna pregunta final que quiera hacernos?
No, pues nomás que consideren con mi tiempo. Es todo, señor.
No, just just to do to make a very informed decision, taking in consideration the time that I have served already.
Okay. Well, what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement.
Vamos a tomar su caso bajo revisión.
I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing.
Voy a armar un reporte acerca de lo que hemos conversado hoy día.
I'll include in that report what you and I talked about today,
Voy a incluir en ese reporte lo que hemos conversado aquí.
and I'll submit that report to the members of the board, hopefully tomorrow.
Y esperemos que mañana ya envíe un reporte a los miembros del Comité de Libertad Condicional.
It usually takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made.
Usualmente toma entre 3 y 4 semanas para que tomen una decisión.
We will send that decision in writing to you through the mail,
Vamos a enviar esa decisión por escrito a usted.
and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there.
Y también va a estar publicado en una página web de la comunidad.
With that, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Habiendo dicho esto, muchas gracias por haber participado hoy día y vamos a dar por concluida la sesión.
And Luis, thank you as well. Thank you for being here to translate and help us today.
You're very welcome, Scott. Thank you.
You both have a good day.
Tenga un buen día. Thank you. I'm gonna be leaving.